Nithyanam, everybody. We welcome each and every one of you for today's Parashakti Akashic reading, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. A few security measures from Kailasa's National Security Agency. Photography, video, and audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited. Please be on mute and be on camera. If you need to step out due to some unavoidable situation, please inform the digital security officer. A few important cautions. Once again, we welcome all the Kailasa-vasis attending from Kailasa's monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, and YouTube viewers, and all those who are blessed to have the Nayana Diksha, which is the two-way video conferencing, who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now learn about Devi Parashakti, the Divine Cosmic Mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of the Big Bang and the black holes. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what you think is life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form to ever connect with.
Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So let us now understand what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What is Samadhi? Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. What is darshan? Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetimes and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is a powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when you are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough by hitting the reset button on your being. Divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through Archavatara, which are the deities in temples, through Bhava Samadhi Darshans in age avatars as incarnations. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nija Avatar manifesting through Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as Nija Avatar in physical form as Devi Meenakshi. The Archa which is the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, which is the being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archa directly. So the avatar, physical embodied form, has to come down to bridge the gap and create an experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During Darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives.
During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing. What are Akashic readings? Akashic readings are readings from the cosmic archives. They're not just some predictions. Beyond the time dimension, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, the present, and the future. Because the Akashic records are stored in Akasha, which is the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why whatever we call as happened, happening, and yet to happen is clearly recorded in the Akashic readings. Next, we are going to be learning about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. We request all the viewers, all the participants who are sitting with us from around the world to stay tuned for the next segment.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Let us now understand about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Let us now understand some of the coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before 1981, which was before even he was born, he was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. In 1981, he was initiated into Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. 1988, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam or Pontiff of Tondai Mandala Adinam, the oldest monastic university. In 1994, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism became the successor of Arunachala Sarvagnapeetham by Guru Parampara on 24th May 1994. In 1999, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally. In 1999, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as successor of Kashi Sarvagnapeetham. Here are some of the pictures of the Guru lineage of the Arunachala Sarvagnapeetham. Here is the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founding the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally. Here we can have a glimpse of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism became the successor of Kashi Sarvagnapeetham.
On 4th of November 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, following which in January 1st, 2004, he was declared as a successor of the Bhaginagara, the Shri Sarvagnapeetham. 2004, on 31st of December, he was declared as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsa lineage. Here are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham at the age of 24. These are the photographs taken at the age of 26 when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of the Bhaginagara. Here we're looking at the lineage of the kings, the emperors of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism assumed the throne at the age of 26. In 2007, he was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Pallava Sarvagnapeetham. Following which, the same year, he was also declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. 27th of April 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Madurai Shamala Pita Sarvagnapeetham, the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. These are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the Adi Pallava Sarvagnapeetham at the age of 29. Here we're looking at the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailaasa Unnata Shamala Pita Sarvagnapeetham.
In 2013, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar to be coronated. In 2013, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akhada, the oldest monastic order in Hinduism, by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukhdevanandji, the then incumbent spiritual leader. In 2014, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Thanjavur Adinam. Here are the pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, Supreme Spiritual Head of Mahanirvani Akhada. Here are the pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Thanjavur Adinam. In 2014, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam. In 2014, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam. In 2014, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Panchanadikulam. Here is the good lineage of the Sannidhanams of Tiruvarur Adinam. Here are the Guru Mahasannidhanams of Vedaranyam Adinam. In 2015, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. 2015, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Koladamata. In 2015, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was selected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders and pontiffs. Here are some of pictures of the Guru Mahasannidhanams of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. Here is the coronation ceremony, where the rituals which are performed to be coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipida Koladamata. Here is being elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs or leaders at the age of 36.
Let us now look at some of the global initiatives by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. These have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books, articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. He has also established the world's largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism, over 10,000 hours of discourses, and over 1 billion views on social media. He has been respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. He has also been honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded and internationally recognized Hindu leader. He has been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, that is led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu Diaspora are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to the entire humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world, with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. He also has established over 1,000 plus KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems around the world, and also the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvanyapitams. With that, we have come to learn about a very brief introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Next, we're going to be learning about the science of power manifestation and be witnessing a very beautiful extraordinary power manifestation. Please stay tuned for it.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about the manifestation of Shaktis. What are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. Manifesting powers are described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and the powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shakti is manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and that you need to manifest divine, not that you are a man and that you need to reach divine. Let us look at some of the fundamental differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not, and Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment.
Let us now understand about Paramashiva, the source of all the Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent Swayam Prakasha, all pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, and form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, then manifest in Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, which is creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. The Supreme Pandava of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, Supreme Pandava of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before.
The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through the Diksha or the initiations from the Gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these knowledge repositories to revive these knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Shri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these Shaktis in us? When every ultimate truth, which is the Jnana, when it is mapped into our consciousness, which is the Prajna, it manifests as the power and possibility of every being. Let us now watch a beautiful video on the science of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation.
Yes. Now that we have seen a beautiful video on the science of power manifestation, let us look at how this science of power manifestation is authenticated. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal and unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences and the results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the fourth is the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Veda Agamas are a living science. Vedas are the ultimate and superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, together called as the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, the eternal, and unchangeable truths. A reference that is cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called as Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a very exciting and a unique power demonstration. We'll be manifesting the powers of third eye. Today we'll be manifesting the power of body scanning. And those of you who would like to experience the body scanning can go over to our YouTube Live, Facebook Live, and other social media live platforms. And you can put your message that you'd like to receive the power of body scanning. And we shall manifest this power for all of you. So while you take a few moments to do it, let us enter into the power manifestation. We are going to be looking at the pramanas for the Shakti. The Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra Sutra 54. The verse goes as Swadehe Jagato Vapi Sukshma Sukshmatarani Cha Tattva Niyani Nilayam Dhyatvante Vyajyate Para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, which is Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens.
Next we have the Apta Pramana. Terair was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small Tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Teraya, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus he gained the name Teraya. Next we have is the Atma Pramana. On 22nd December 2019, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing in his own words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened, and where balance has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings.
Let us now enter into the power manifestation. Here we're looking at the Sakshi Pramana, which is the experiences and the extraordinary results of these power manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I'll now be manifesting the power. We have Ashok Patel, who is requesting for the power of body scanning. So now let us enter into the power manifestation. I'll be chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And by chanting the Mahavakya, I'll be establishing myself in the space of oneness with Swamiji and revealing what was Swamiji showing me. So let us all sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, so what Swamiji revealed is that you've been having a chronic problems with the lungs, especially with your breathing, the wheezing and asthma. You've been facing this for quite a long time, since a couple of years. And Swamiji revealed that this is a chronic thing, and also it is coming from your past life. It is not just this life, but this is an incompletion that has been passed on from your past life. So it is by offering the Pada Puja to Swamiji that you will be able to clear and burn away this karma. So that is one most important thing Swamiji revealed. The other things, which the problems that you're facing with respect to your body, like the headache or the sugar levels fluctuating, is also because of the asthma only. So when that gets cured, you will see that this also gets healed. So this is what Swamiji revealed. You can now put your experience, you can share with all of us how you are able to relate with what Swamiji showed. So that will be helpful for all our viewers and participants from around the world. With that, we are coming towards the conclusion of this particular segment of the power of body scanning. Let us now move on to the next segment of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back to Devi Parashakti Akashagiri. Now in this segment we're going to see about who is Devi Parashakti and how she is manifesting to the embodied form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi is continuously revealing many things to the world during this Pralaya time. So we're going to see one of the revelations from Devi Parashakti, and we're going to see how, which is whatever Devi has revealed, it is manifesting now. We're going to see how what Devi has given the solution for this Pralaya time also. So all that we're going to cover in this segment. So before, let us enter into the segment now. Yes. So this unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is this sacred feminine worship. Even though everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, then just if this sacred feminine tradition is there, then the whole thing can be brought back, because that is the seed. Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradayas, subsets. For some reason, even if all the sampradayas are lost, only this sampradaya, the worshipping divine as a feminine, kept alive. Everything can be brought back, because the whole thing is centered on this one, mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says there is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the divine feminine achieve that ultimate consciousness, including me. He added saying, I am also a Shakta. The darshan I had, the yantras I have caught, all the darshans, the deities I have worshipped, all are mother based. The other one incarnation, Shri Ramakrishna Paramasa, a great avatar, lived in 1836 to 1886, also said that Shiva is a Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach the Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can touch, nobody can reach. He added a beautiful example of the traditional village where house families, where even though the husband is the owner of the house. The keys will be in the hip of the mother. Either we have to surrender at the feet of the mother, or the small sons having the beautiful relationship with the mother. Only they can reach the place and get the key. So this Dhyana Sloka from the Lalita Sahasranam said very beautifully about the manifestation of Devi Parashakti. It explained and it translated as the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as a shining in a revealed body, with a triple eye sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid blush, and one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with the mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. It added, saying, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and the whole, the nose, the glow, the bow, and the flowery arrows in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by the power such as anima for rays, and she is self within me. So, who is Devi Parashakti? Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. It is from her womb the billions and billions of universe manifest. It is her womb the Big Bang and the black hole is happening. She is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us are came, from which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi herself is manifesting through the embodied form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and she is continuously grazing us, answering all our questions, answering, attending to each of our prayers, boons, healings. She is giving the profound spiritual truths, and ultimately, she is giving the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Now let us see a short video where Devi has introduced about herself in her very own words, how she manifested in the embodied form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியோடு நன்மாட்சிமையோடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் 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 பரமசிவோகம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமுடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes. Now let us see what Devi has expressed in her very own words. She has expressed as rising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agama, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in the Kailasa Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani Meenakshi as Nithyananda. I took the Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to best of all the goodness, Hiryagarbha Surupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda. I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and I came down as Nijavatara. Rising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as a source of existence, powers of existence, expression of the existence from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis as Iksha, Kriya and Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas, beyond the 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 Gragas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the world, bringing life to tell and make the truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. It is from the words, very words of Parashakti herself. She has explained very beautifully how she manifested to the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the purpose she manifested. It is just to show her love and compassion, to give, to make the truth blossom and give good boons to every one of us, especially during this prayer time where people are struggling to lead their life itself. Here she is coming out of her extreme and love and compassion, and she is helping each one of us. Now let us see how to receive Devi Parashakti. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. So always receive them very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, betel nut, banana and 1 coin in front of the screen and receive Devi. This coin is considered as a traditional dakshana. It can be any value. There is no limit or no minimum value or maximum value for any. There is no limit for this coin. You can offer how much you can able to. So offer everything to the Devi Parashakti. Once the darshan is over, bow down to Devi Parashakti and take this betel leaf, betel nut, and banana immediately as a prasadam. Offer, collect all the coins and send it to Los Angeles temple. This betel leaf and betel nut, it may look small at the initial stage, but the days goes on, it will add so much of sentimental value to your relationship between you and Devi Parashakti. You will literally feel she is there. So we won't take Baba Samay Darshan as granted. These rituals will break all our monotonous unconscious mentality and the lifestyle. It will help you in reminding and keeping you in the powerful cognitions. It will break all our unconscious behaviors. Now now you can see the pictorial representation of, you can prepare yourself to the Devi receive Devi Parashakti. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment where we're going to see about the revelations from the Devi Parashakti, what Devi has revealed, especially during this Pralaya time. So before we getting into the next segment, we're going to have a short break. So all of you, please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Yes, welcome back everyone. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment where we're going to see about the revelation from the Devi Parashakti. Devi has revealed many things, especially during this COVID time. She has revealed about how this COVID-19 is spreading and what is the preventive steps everyone has to take. And Devi, not only Devi, Supreme Master of Hinduism also emphasizing on this global warming, especially many of this cultural damage and climatic change, everywhere which is happening, social, natural calamities which is happening all across the globe. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed many things about this, and Devi also continuously revealing what going to be another pandemic which is happening all across the globe already, and it is going to have a major impact, huge impact in the upcoming years also. And Devi has also revealed a solution for that, and Devi has revealed about the world wars, the conflicts across the globe. She has mentioned about many things. Now, in this segment, we're going to see one of the revelation of the Devi Parashakti, where she has spoke about, revealed about the global warming.
கலி முற்றி பிரளயம் துவங்கியிருக்கின்றது. இந்த பிரளயத்தில் அழியாமல் உங்களை காத்துக்கொள்ள நினைக்கின்றோர் எல்லோரும் ஆண்ட்ரியாஸ் கல். மூன்றாம் உலகப் போரிலிருந்து தப்பிக்க எந்நாடு பாதுகாப்பென்று கேட்கின்றாய், கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை எல்லாம். மத்திய கிழக்கிலே போர், இந்தியாவில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று மற்றும் கடல் உயர் எழும்பல் எனும் மூன்றில் இருந்தும் காவல் கைலாசம் ஒன்றே. வாழ்விற்கு அதுவே நன்றே. முடிந்தால் வந்து சேர்ந்தி.
Yes, let us see the English translation of what Devi has revealed to one of the questions of the devotee. And the question is from Andrea Skull. The question is all about what is the safe place from this Third World War. Devi has revealed that Andrea Skull, you're asking which countries are safe to escape from this Third World War. Listen to everything which I said. War in the Middle East, deadly corona in India, and rising sea level. Protection from all these three is one and only Kailasa. Only it is good for life. If possible, come and reach. Yes. Now let us enter into the segment where we're going to see about the current state of the world, what is happening all across the globe. As we all know, this global warming, this term was in the sound alarm everywhere all across the globe from maybe like last 20 to 30 years. But still now, all as a like uniting nations, all the nations didn't come properly and want to the forum where we can fight strongly against this global warming. Never it happened. Now this Shri Kailasa's uniting nation against this global warming, taking so much remedies to stop this global warming. It is the one of the main motive, because this global warming, it is no more just another climatic change which is happening all across the globe. It is in the outcome, it is affecting the very nature of the human being lifestyle in the mother earth itself. As we all know, this sea level rise, it is happening just because of this global warming. And it is not only the sea level rising, many lives itself will lost. The human, like the vegetation has lost, and then the lifestyle of people living in a place has already changed. Everything has changed because of this global warming. Now, here, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said almost few years ago, especially when the world has strongly talking about this global warming. Here he revealed one of the major impact, major reason for this global warming. We may think it's maybe something related to Hinduism, not having the non-vegetarian lifestyle. No, it is not about Hinduism. Even the Google, like many research papers across the globe, have proved the scientific evidence on the research papers saying how this non-vegetarian lifestyle, it is not just people eating and then they having the biomemory of the animals in their muscle memory. It is not stopping there alone. It is going into the very deep level where it stopped it's been the reason for many aspects which promotes the global warming. Now in this video where Supreme Pandit of Hinduism says this global warming is true and it is because of the non-veg industry. Let's hear it from the Supreme Pandit of Hinduism, and we'll be moving on further with the multiple updates and reports.
Understand, global warming is true and it is because of non-veg industry. I am not saying this. Google, go to the internet. There is enough statistics. 73% of the carbon footprint release. Animal industries. When I say animal industry, three major industry. Animals grown for meat, animals grown for leather, animals grown for other medicinal and cosmetic products. Understand? Animals grown for meat, food purposes. Animals grown for leather. Animals grown for medical and cosmetic purposes. This industry forms 73% of the carbon footprint responsible for global warming. That is what I call rajotamasic. Not worst like a alcohol, not worst like a marijuana, ganja, heroin. Little better, but collectively kills everyone. Understand, global warming is true and it is because of non-veg.
Yes, after the revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, now let us enter into the facts which reveals more and more about how this global warming is affecting the community and the globe now. So before we getting into let's have a quick understanding about what is climate change, which is just a regional change. It will maybe like for a few months and it is not spoken much. But what is global warming? It is a phenomenon of increasing the air temperature near the surface of Earth over the past 1 to 2 centuries. This detailed observation says there is a huge rise in the surface temperature of the Earth, and it is the human civilization, especially during this pre-industrial development time, has played a major role. So it is just a picture of the presentation where we can understand there's a huge difference between the climate change and the global warming. The climate change is the regional weather change, but in the case of global warming, it is the increase in the temperature worldwide. It is not particular to the certain area. So here this graph shows very clearly about how the Earth maintained its equilibrium during till maybe like around 1980. But now this past 2 recent years, which is recorded almost 1 degree Celsius increase, which is recorded as the warmest across the history. So this is the global temperature during the 1884, and what has happened during the 2020. So here is the graph where we can understand the global surface temperature has increased a lot. So what is the cause for this global warming? See, the average surface temperature of the Earth is maintained by the balance of various forms of solar and terrestrial radiations. The energy of the total incoming solar radiation at the top of the Earth atmosphere is roughly 1.3 kW. But if you calculate everything, that one part of the world is in sun, one part of the world is in the night time. So if you consider it is around 342 watts per square meter annually, only the solar radiation is creating the energy in the world. So if you go in more in details, out of 100, only almost like 30 are reflected back by the clouds and other space elements. Only is it only the 70 is causing this global warming? No. By maintaining this thermodynamic equilibrium, yet surface and atmosphere must radiate this 70 units back to space. But it is not happening. This is the reason where the global warming is happening. So who are the trappers who not allowing these 70 watts of energy back to the atmosphere, the surface, is this greenhouse gases. These are the trapped gases. It absorbs the heat which is reflecting from the surface of the earth back to the atmosphere. And these become the shield, not allowing the earth itself to maintain its equilibrium. So major of the greenhouse gases are carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. As we all know, the human community, the human civilization has produced CO2 in many ways. The world is in the delusion where we are talking about the CO2 emission is from automobile industries, here and there, burning of plastics. No, more than that, as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, 63% of carbon footprints are created by the animal industries. Animal industry in the sense, animals are grown for food, leather, and other cosmetics. These become the major contribution for the CO2 across the globe. As we all know, this CO2 is emitted from many, including outgassing from the volcanoes, the combustion and the natural decay of organic matter, and the respiration by the aerobic, the oxygen-using organisms. So in this time, you may get confused that is it just an increase in the population of the human beings? Is it become the reason for the CO2 emission? No, Earth has its equilibrium. It maintains the CO2 emission because people, humans, like the oxygen using organisms, they use oxygen and they release carbon dioxide during the process of respiration. On the other side, plants during the process of photosynthesis, they take the CO2 and they release oxygen. But here, there's so much of deforestation, everything which causes the imbalance of CO2 and which created the so much of carbon dioxide, carbon footprints on the atmosphere. Here you can see almost 1950, what was the level and what is the current level now. It is 250 times faster and it is increasing more vulnerably. So here is the global contribution where many of these developing countries and even developed countries also contributed much for the CO2 emissions in the global wide. Here is the percentage of CO2 in this 2012 and 2016. So another one is methane. As we all know, this methane has good effect where developing countries are talking more about this methane resource, but it's create and it is one of the most vulnerable global warming effect because it is one of the major contribution to the greenhouse gases. As like CO2, this CH4, which is methane, also has a great impact on the global warming. And this radiative forcing is more than CO2. So major anthropogenic source of atmospheric CH4 or livestock farming, where the burning of coal and natural gases, the combustion of biomass, and the decomposition of organic matters in landfills. Everything becomes the major contribution for this methane. This increase from 770 parts per billion to 1,864 parts per billion, which is just in 2018, becomes a major impact for this global warming. So it is not, global warming is not a one side, it is a vicious circle also. One side, the global warming is happening. It is not just that the surface temperature of the earth is getting increased. As we all know, we have almost 1/3 has ice. As we all know, this Antarctica, almost 50 billion tons of ice are already melted, which on other side, increasing the water level of the global and the water which is already exists, the sea level, which is morely exposed to this sun and radioactive waves, which created, it increases the surface temperature rise in the water also, it's becoming more and more water vapor. This water vapor becoming the one more layer which stops and it adds so much of value to the greenhouse gases. It is just a simple graph where we can see what is the state of ice accommodation in 1979 and what is happening in 2021. So what will be the impact on like economic and social structure of the global community in this global warming? So many products will stop shrinking in the productivity and basic foodstuffs and the consumer goods will rise. The price will be rising, and diseases will spread due to this high temperature. Even people can't work because they can't able to adapt to this high temperature lifestyle. And many of these wars will start happen because the powers to grabbing the natural resources. As we all know, it's going to be a global temperature rise all across the globe, which is the most of the warming occurred in the past 40 years will be the 7 most recent being the warmest. And also the ocean will be getting more and more warm because of this surface temperature. Almost around top 100 meters of the ocean showing the warming of more than 0.6 degrees Celsius Fahrenheit since 1969. Sea level rise. As we all know, many of our countries are surrounded either by one or two. Many countries are all like 4 sides are surrounded by the tiny islands which have its own sovereign land, are surrounded all 4 sides by this water. So there going to be a risk for them because the UN agency already give a warm alarm to all these countries, because just by seeing this picture you can understand maybe like on the end of maybe like another 40 to 50 years, is these islands going to survive, because they are going to be a rise in sea level of 8 inch, which is predicted to be in 2100. So these countries which are already surrounded by water, and many of the countries it may not be surrounded all 4 sides by water, but they have a huge threat of getting sink in the water. So this graph clearly shows this global warming is not because of the solar activity, it is because of the human. It is almost 90%. It is because of the human activities which has happened in the last 50 years warmed our planet. So another one report from the UN which says by end of 2100, around 650 million people, which is around 10% of the global population, will be under the water. Here you can see the many countries which are in threat are India, China, and North America, US, part of Canada, and some of the South African countries. So here are the major threat where people, around 650 million people will be, just 10% of the global population will be under the water. So what is the solution now? It may be a small contribution from the Hinduism, but it is a strong contribution from the Hinduism lifestyle. Just Hindus, just having the lifestyle of vegetarian diet, have contributed many things to the world, especially during this fight against this global warming. Either it may be organic agriculture, having a sattvic food, not having the non-vegetarian diet, all this have contributed many things to this global warming. See, it may be like we may think it is not. What is the big link between the having a organic lifestyle, organic agriculture, and what is the link between the global warming? As we all know, the nitrous used in the air, like all the fertilizers and pesticides, it is not consumed all the time by the plants. Around 75% of all this nitrogen which is used in the fertilizers are not consumed. It is in fact reacts with the atmosphere. It's become the nitrous oxide. In the earlier discussion we had that nitrous oxide is also one of the greenhouse gases. And these pesticides is no more stopped there. It is in runway where it become the rainfall, where it is the reason for the acid rain, and it is polluted many water pollutions across the globe. Many of the countries where the acidic value and the nitrous value in the drinking water, it's high compared to what World Health Organization has suggested. So all this, if you think of the major scale, all this lifestyle has impacted many factors. It may be a pollution or global warming, climatic change, or many harmful diseases. It is happening all across the globe. Here, the Shri KAILASA, either it may be a simple sattvic food lifestyle or the organic farming lifestyle. Everything have contributed much to the global, uniting the nation, fighting against all these natural calamities. Now here, let us see a short video where a supreme point of Hinduism said how Hindus have contributed for this saving the planet Earth?
One of the biggest problem planet Earth is facing is global warming. One of the important reasons for global warming is animals kept captive for food. Animals kept captive for food is one of the important reasons for global warming. And Hindus are the highest percentage of vegetarian and vegan lifestyle people. Even the Hindus who consume non-vegetarian don't consume beef and don't consume non-vegetarian food as a regular food or lifestyle. It's a rare occasion. So the Hindus' contribution for saving the planet Earth just by their lifestyle of vegetarianism is unimaginable. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரசோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரசோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட. ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரசோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கிச் சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரசோடசி மனோன்மணியன் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதைச் செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய்ச் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷான மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன்வந்து நவபாஷான மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷான லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என்னை இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன், அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக்கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய்ச் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம். The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Yes, Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the viewers and participants watching us live on Nithyananda TV, on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and the various social media platforms. We are now entering into the segment where we are now going to see on the aspect of how Devi Parashakti is available to all of us. And we saw in the last segment how Devi Parashakti revealed all the happenings and how Devi Parashakti already predicted everything that is happening currently and also for the whole year of 2021 and 2022, and how Devi Parashakti gave the solutions on how we can make sure that we do not get affected by the negative aspects of the pandemic, and how we can make sure that we are in the space of bliss and under the protection and guidance of Devi Parashakti. We will now be entering into the segment where we can see how we can put forward our questions to Devi Parashakti, how we can put forward our blessing requests, our boons that we would like Devi Parashakti to help us to achieve. So let us move into the segment.
Nithyanandam, welcome. So the best way to connect with Devi Parashakti is on live YouTube video. So you can connect on YouTube, open Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda channel, and on that you can click on the subscribe button. So whenever Devi Parashakti or His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or different programs go live, you will get notified. Then you can click on the join button. When you click on the join button, you can subscribe, you can select whatever membership you want. And after you fulfill that, you can go to ask your questions and comments in this section here. So here you can put your questions, comments, boon requests to Devi Parashakti, and Devi Parashakti will answer it in the sessions. The next way to connect with Devi Parashakti is through Facebook. So you can comment on live Facebook video of Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam. So here you can click on following. So you will be notified of any posts of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can click on, once you subscribe, the official channel, the Facebook channel is Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you can ask your questions, comment in the live Parashakti Akashic reading field in the bottom section here. So here you can put your comments, questions, boon requests. Also, you can share gratitude to Devi Parashakti. So this way, as you know, Paramashivoham is coming up on March 1st. So you can connect with on the same Facebook platform. You can update your Facebook cover image to the Paramashivoham cover page. The way to download the Facebook Paramashivoham cover is you go on kailasa.org and click /Paramashivoham. So here you can scroll towards the end of the page and download the Facebook cover image. And you can upload the Facebook cover image in your Facebook profile. So this way you can show your intention to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and also you can share with your friends and family. The next way to connect with Devi Parashakti is through Twitter. So on Twitter, the official handle is @Shri Nithyananda. So once you go on Twitter, search for @Shri Nithyananda, and you'll see the Kailasa's SPH JGM HDH Nithyananda Paramashivoham page open up. Once the Twitter handle is open, you can click on following button, and you can click on the bell icon, so you will get notified about the future tweets from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Then, when the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading is live, you can click on reply button to the Akashic reading session, and you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with hashtag #AskTheAvatar. So this is one way of connecting with Devi Parashakti on Twitter. Now we'll look at the next way of connecting with Devi Parashakti on Instagram. So you can ask the questions on Instagram by opening the account Shri Nithyananda. So this is the Instagram account Shri Nithyananda. Once you open it, then you can click on the follow Shri Nithyananda on Instagram. Once you get the follow icon set up, clicked, you can ask your questions, comments, boon requests in the feed of Devi Parashakti. So you'll see the Akashic reading or the feed of on the Instagram. So you click on the ask your questions in the comment section. So with this, now we move to the last way of connecting with Devi Parashakti, which is WhatsApp. So on WhatsApp, first you go on kailasa.org. First you open the web page, kailasa.org. And once you open that, the official Kailasa page, then you can click on chat on WhatsApp in the bottom left. On this page, you will get new notifications and all the happenings on kailasa.org. Remember, the URL is KAILASA, kailasa.org. You click on the chat window, and once you click chat on WhatsApp button, once you click on that, this pop-up window will come up, and you can ask your questions here in the WhatsApp chat. So these are 5 different ways you can always reach to Devi Parashakti in the live Akashic reading, live Devi Darshan, and then you can put your boon requests all different ways. We will move to the next section of offerings to Devi Parashakti after a short.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the viewers and all the participants watching us live on the various social media platforms. We saw about how we can put our questions, our boon requests, our blessing requests to Devi Parashakti, and we will now be entering into a very special segment where we are going to see how we can offer our gratitude, our devotion in the form of offerings to Devi Parashakti. As mentioned by Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas in the Kriya Pada, Bhagavan Paramashiva explains on the various ways one can offer the gratitude and devotion in the form of physical offerings and the ornaments to the various Abharana Devatas and Anga Devatas. So let us first begin by looking at the context on what are the benefits of offering these offerings to Devi Parashakti. So we have the first verse from the Bhagavata Purana, the verse 37. Dharmaya yashasirthaya kamaya svajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam iha mutra cha modate.
Nithyanandam, this verse from Srimad Bhagavad Purana, the meaning of this verse is one part should be used for dharma, dana, etc. Second, for yasha, public works, which bring fame to oneself. Third, should be reinvested to generate more wealth. And fourth, for kama, enjoyment of material things. And fifth, for one's family and friends. So 1/5 portion, 20% should be donated for dharma.
We have the next context, the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for the offerings to Devi Parashakti from the Dharma Shastras. Grihe dashagunam danam goshthe chaiva shatadhikam punyatirtheshu sahasram antatam shiva sannidhau.
Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere, 100 times when made in the Gaushala, cow pen, 1,000 times when made in the sacred places, tirthas, and an infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga, such as Shiva temples. So this is from Dharma Shastra.
We have the next Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference from the Brahmanda Purana, the verse 55 and 56. Danam trividhamityetat kanishta jyeshta madhyamam tatra naishreyasam jyeshtam kanishtam swartha siddhaye karunyat sarvabhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha.
Dana given in order to achieve moksha, Nishreyas, is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of the pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of the medium value. It's also called as Dayadanam. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least valued of all.
We will now be entering into the offerings to Devi Parashakti, where we can see the first offering, which is the offering of the E-Hundi, which is basically offering whatever you want to offer to Devi Parashakti in the form of your treasure to Devi Parashakti. So here we have the Shastra Pramana for the offering. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini.
Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes the fear. If there is any fear in minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes more stronger. Shambhavi, consort of Lord Shambhu Shiva. Sharadaradhya means worshipped by Sharda Saraswati. Sharvani, wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Shramadayini, Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name will be chanted out during the puja. The Sankalpa chanting. This is the offering for Devi Parashakti, and the donation is $1.
The Shastra Pramana for the Sankalpa chanting, which is the conscious resolution, is from the Devi Mahatmyam, the 12th chapter, verse 34. Taye tanmohyate vishvam, saiva vishvam prasuyate, saya chitta cha vijnanam, tushta ruddhim prayachati.
The goddess enchants this universe. The meaning of this verse is the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives the birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. So from Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. The offering of Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. Now we'll move to the next section about significance of divine element gold, and then we'll look at the gold offerings. Gold is present in all scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our beings. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River, which is Sapta Sindhu, was called Hiranyamaya, river of gold in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for long thousands of years. It lasts forever. The first offering to Devi Parashakti, the golden offering, is Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. The suggested donation is 75 USD, 151 and 251 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Mukta Anguthi, finger ring with pearl.
The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for the Mukta Anguti, is from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, the verse 2. Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham sinjanno purakinkini manidharam padma prabhabasuram sarvabhishta phalapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaranidhim.
I bow to the meaning of these verses. I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has some small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Offer the finger ring with pearl to Cosmic Mother and experience blessings and healing with your mother. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The donation for this is 600 USD. And the Shastra Pramana is as follows.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the golden lotus, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, is from the Kamikagama. Ashtavidyeshvarupeta Kumbhavarna Samritam Sarve Sasutra Vastradhya Hema Pankaja Bhushita Sapidhanas Sakurchascha Pakva Bilva Phalaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvita.
All the kalashas, so this is from Kamikagma, all the kalashas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on or the mudras and asanas. Used during the worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. Base of Paramashivalinga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered to be a lotus about to bloom. Offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and express gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Methi. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows.
The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the Swarna Methi, the golden touring, is Nakhadititi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha.
You whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotee who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. So the next, the shlokam number 83 of Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamo guna is darkness. In the stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. Offer the touring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet to be in the constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of our life. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Swarna Mangatika, the gold hairline jewelry. The donation is $750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is Sudha Sarabhi Varshini. She who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara. That is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened. Offer the Mangatika to Devi and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of offering gratitude and space of complete completion. Now, we'll enter into the next section after a short break.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the viewers and all the participants from all around the world watching us live. We saw about all the sevas for Devi Parashakti, where we can give our gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti. And we are now moving on to the offerings to the Guru. As we all know, the Guru is the embodiment of all the gods and goddesses, and he is the one who is giving us the darshan, the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. So now is the time where we can show our gratitude, we can show our devotion to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji, where we have the beautiful sevas that we can offer to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And of course, let us now see the benefits of us offering the sevas to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to the Guru. Here we have the first benefit from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 12. Na paduka paro manyo, na deva shri guru paraha, na hi shaktat paradiksha, na punyam kula pujanat.
Nithyanandam, there's no mantra higher than the Paduka, no God higher than the Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. This is from Kularnava Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12.
The next benefit that we have is from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 120. Rikta hastascha nopeyat rajanandevatam gurum phalapushyaam baradini yatha shakya samarpayet evam yo nachara devi brahmarakshasatam vrajet.
The meaning of this verse is one should not approach royalty, the deity, or the Guru empty handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the like according to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahma Rakshasa. So this is from Kularnav Tantra, 12th chapter, verse 120.
We are now entering into the offerings to the Guru, where the first offering is the offering of the Pratyakshapada Puja, the worship to the sacred divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. In the Hindu tradition, the feet are considered one of the most graceful and the most revered part of the body, where, of course, especially in the Guru, whenever we see the Guru, the first we touch the feet of the Guru, as that is the sign of our devotion, the surrender that we have to the Guru. So, doing puja to that same feet, where literally all the gods and goddesses worship those feet, we have a chance now to worship the same feet, the padukas, the pada of the master, and it is the donation amount for the Pratyakshapada Puja is 1008 US dollars. The Pratyakshapada Puja is a beautiful offering where during the whole puja we offer everything which is best which we can give to the Guru, right from the washing the feet and washing the hands, giving the Naivedya, giving the flower garland, giving the various sacred cloth and the abharana, the jewelry. So it is literally worshipping the full form of the divine in the form of the Guru. So here we also have the benefit of doing the worship to the Paduka, to the Pada from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 5. कोटि कोटि मंत्र जापात कोटि तीर्थ वगाहनात कोटि देवाचना देवी पराश्री पादुका स्मृतिः.
The meaning of this beautiful verse is, O Devi, remember this Paduka, which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. So all that is yielded in one Pratyakshapada Puja.
The next offering to the Guru is the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is offered at a price, the donation amount of 1008 US dollars. And here we have the photo, the picture of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, adorning the sacred cloth, the Kashaya Vastra, and all the jewelry as described by Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas, how Devi adorns herself when she comes to give the darshan. So we all have a chance now to offer the same dress and jewels to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And if any of the participants, if any of the viewers would like to make this offering, you can be free to message us on the live YouTube chat and the Facebook chat, where the acharyas will then guide you. In just a short while, we'll be guiding you on how you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti and the Guru. And of course, we want to remind and announce again to all the viewers watching us live that we're having the upcoming Paramashivoham Level 3 program, which is a 21-day beautiful program starting from the 1st of March to the 21st of March 2022. Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivoham manifests the deeper experiences of the 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zone, and power manifestation. For the sake of the viewers who have just joined us and who want to know what these three concepts are, the 25 states of consciousness, as described by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in many of the satsangs, all of us can go on the official channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on YouTube, where we can see about the various talks on the 25 states of consciousness. So, the 25 states of consciousness, just to give a brief intro, is the permutation combination of the basic 5 states which all of us go through every single day. The states of Jagrat, which is the awake state, Swapna, which is the dream state, Shushupti, which is the deep sleep state, Turiya, which is the awakened state, and Turyatita, the state of enlightenment. So, all of us have a chance to experience the various 25 states of consciousness and know the science of how we can transition at our will of those 25 states of consciousness. So, this is just one of the various gifts that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up for all of us. The second one is the vertical time zones. I'm sure many of you would have seen the webinars which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been giving on the various topics where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is introducing the concept of the vertical time zones to all of us. And of course, at this time, all of us know it only as a fiction or in the sci-fi movies, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it has been there in the Vedas and Agamas, and it had been a lifestyle. And now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving that lifestyle where all of us can experience the 14 lokas, the various dimensions, and how we can travel to those dimensions. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully said, it is as easy as traveling from one continent to another or one country to another country. Traveling through the 14 lokas is that simple, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to experientially take us through the 14 lokas, and not just in a mental state, but even bringing objects back from those dimensions or interacting with beings in those dimensions. So, this is a very beautiful opportunity where you can experience the real gifts, the real science which has been lost over thousands of years, which now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving those beautiful sciences. And of course, not to forget the power manifestation, which is every human being, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism put it beautifully, anyone who has a head has a third eye. And literally all of us have the capacity, the capability, where Paramashiva has gifted all of us with the third eye and to experience the 463 plus powers which Bhagavan Paramashiva has written down in the Vedas and Agamas. And many of you, even in the first session, if you were watching us live, you would have seen the power of body scanning, where the Acharya had scanned the body of the live participant and revealed the various truths. So, if you want to manifest or if you want to experience these powers, all of us, you can join us for this beautiful event, the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. And you do not have to think if you're a newcomer or if this is the first time that you are looking at the live video, or if this is the first time, if the webinar was the first time you even got to know who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is. It is just your intention, your seeking to experience these various truths, the will persistence that you have to go into the higher and higher levels of your own self, not just going into the mundane life by going to office, coming back, having few vacations, experiencing your own innate, your own inner dimensions, your own inner potential energy that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just by initiation, just by the Diksha, awakens in all of us. So all of you can join us for this beautiful event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. So it is a beautiful program which is conducted directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's all get ready for this beautiful program starting from the 1st of March to the 21st of March 2022. And I'm sure all the participants, all the devotees, all the viewers who would like to offer the sevas to Devi Parashakti, all of us can now look at a small walkthrough where we will now be guiding you on how you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So these are the 3 simple links that you will be using to make your offering to Devi Parashakti. The first is the registration form where all of us can head over to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi where you can make your intention to do the offering. So even if you feel that you want to offer the Swarna Mangtika, but you do not have that much, let's say, the funds to do the offering, put your intention for the seva and we will then help you on how you can manifest that seva. So all of us can take this opportunity to put our intention, and then after that all of us can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings where we can choose the offering of our choice, whether it is the Swarna Mangtika or Swarna Padma Pushpa, whichever you want to offer, you can make the offering and also specify the quantity, how many of that you would like to offer. And once you are ready, you can click on add to cart and then you can review all the offerings that you want to offer. And once you are satisfied, once you are fulfilled, you can click on proceed to checkout. And in the checkout, you can fill in the donation details of your donation. And once everything has been filled, you can click on place order, which will then make the offering to Devi Parashakti. The next part is submitting the names and the names of yourself and your family members. All of us can log on to tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021 where we can take this chance to offer the names of ourselves and our family members to be chanted in the Eastern headquarters in Adi Kailasa Sarvingapitha, the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam, where the priests will be chanting the names of yourself and your family members. The names will be chanted in the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, and whatever desire, whatever wish that you want to be fulfilled, it will be fulfilled by offering the Sankalpa. So with this we saw about the beautiful way you can offer to Devi Parashakti, you can offer the various offerings, and we will now be moving on to the next segment after a short break.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. develop a powerful will persist. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. when you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid toxic life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda. Holocaust. Just the sound of the word immediately brings images of absolute horror, death, torture, and violence. For most of us in schools, we would have learned about the Holocaust, also known as the Shoah, which referred to the genocide of European Jews during the World War II. A genocide that happened, in fact, within a few short years between 1941 and 1945, whereby Nazi Germany and its collaborators systematically murdered some 6 million plus Jews across the German-occupied Europe. And at that time, that accounted for around 2/3 of Europe's Jewish population, wiped out and gone.
On January 27th each year, the United Nations and the world remembers the Holocaust that affected the many people of Jewish origin. In 2005, the Holocaust and the United Nations Outreach Program was established by the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 67 with a simple and stark aim to mobilize civil society for Holocaust remembrance and education in order to help to prevent future acts of genocide. Over the years, the program established a global network of partners and developed versatile initiatives, including educational resources, professional development programs, a film series, panel discussions, and exhibitions.
And just a few days ago, on January 20, 2022, a big step was taken by the United Nations. A resolution was approved by the UN General Assembly condemning the Holocaust denial. According to the resolution, this genocide will forever be a warning to all people of the dangers of hatred, bigotry, racism, and prejudice. In the text, member states express concern about the growing prevalence of Holocaust denial or distortion through the use of information and communications technologies. It also urges all member states to reject without any reservation any denial or distortion of the Holocaust as a historical event, either in full or in part, or any activities to this end. Ultimately, 114 states declared to be co-sponsors of the resolution.
According to Ms. Bachelet, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, political movements that profit from hatred have gathered strength in many countries. She stated, by heightening the emotions of their supporters through campaigns of misinformation and disinformation, they gain media attention and votes, but they also drive deep, violent, and profoundly damaging wedges through societies, she warned. The purpose of this day, this International Day in commemoration of the victims of Holocaust, is intended to provoke reflection and discussion about the role that individuals, institutions, and nations play in either promoting or preventing future acts of genocide.
And while today's International Day in commemoration of the victims of the Holocaust is in remembrance of the victims of the Jewish Holocaust, we would like to take this opportunity to share with you a much less known history, one which is not told in history classes, nor at school, nor documented in history books. It's a part of history which spans over 8 centuries, a part of history which has been placed under the rug for far too long, a part of history which is unfortunately still alive today, a Holocaust which has killed almost 500 million people and counting. And what may this be? The Hindu Holocaust.
And today, with the blessings of the sovereign state of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we are pleased to have you join us as we commemorate this very significant day, the International Day of Commemoration of Victims of the Holocaust, January 27, as declared by the United Nations, to bring awareness of the Hindu Holocaust. Who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Let us watch a short video to introduce the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Founder of Kailasa, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of Kailasa. He began reviving Kailasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world.
Problems of the modern day humanity, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science.
Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
Shri
Today's program, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is brought to you by Kailasa UN Mission. And your hosts for today's program on the International Day in commemoration of victims of Holocaust are Her Excellency Ma Vijayapriya Nithyananda, Permanent Ambassador of Kailasa to the UN, as well as delegates from Kailasa, Ma Nitya Katitananda, Ma Nitya Mahakatitananda, and myself, Ma Nitya Swatantra Priyananda. So to start off today's panel discussion, we will be showing you a few photos of what has truly happened in our history, although it has not been taught in history books. But first, let us ask you a few questions. how many of you know of the Hindu genocide? And if you do know facts about it, when and how did you learn about it? You can place your answers in the live YouTube or Facebook chat. And so we will be showing you a picture. We are giving a disclaimer because some photos are very graphic. Viewers' discretion is advised. So here we see 600,000 murders in 7 days. Where did this massacre take place? When? And who were the victims? The massacre happened in Kashmir from Kashyap to Kafirs, Hindu genocide in Rajouri on the 7th of November, 1947. Terrorists from Pakistan and deserters from the western districts of the state captured Rajouri. The town was surrounded by non-Hindu mobs who carried out extensive killings, loot, and rapes of Hindu residents. In just one day, it was estimated that 30,000 were killed, and it didn't stop there. Again, for our next photo, viewer discretion is advised. In 1971, about 4 decades ago, does anyone even know what happened? Massacres happened in Bangladesh. And this photo that we just saw exposes the 1971 Hindu genocide of Bangladesh, which began on the 26th of March. The numbers are heart-wrenching. 3 million Hindus killed in just 1 year. Of course, one life being one too many. 350,000 raped, and another 40 million displaced. Hindu women declared as public property by anti-Hindus. 10 million Hindus fled Bangladesh. 30 million became internally displaced. In 1049, does anyone know the Hindu population in Bangladesh? It was 100%. What about in 1951? It went down to 22%. 2011, 8.9%. And so looking at the trend in these numbers, how many do you think are left in 2020? Again, for our next photo, viewer discretion is advised. Who were they? Who were the victims? They were Hindus who lived across various regions in India. Man-made famines, which targeted Hindus from the 1700 to 1950. Although man-made famine is a means that one may seldom associate with Holocaust, it was in fact one of the largely used strategic methods to wipe out the Hindu population. 200 million estimated to have died because of man-made famines. The colonial era, 80 million starved to death. The Mughal era, 18 million. Kailaasa famine of 1783, 1784, about 11 million deaths in just 1 year. The Bengal famine, the Rajputana famine, the Orissa famine, the Deccan famine, and the list goes on, as you can see.
Now, this evidence makes it clear that 500 million Hindus were massacred, and to this day, the Hindu genocide is still ongoing. But how many of us know of this? It is evident that this issue is not only the genocide, but genocide denial, and it is of great concern, especially when it comes to the Hindu genocide, the Hindu Holocaust, because the Holocaust isn't just one event. It's a combination of hundreds of events that happened over 8 centuries. And denying the largest Holocaust on earth, which has been shockingly going on since 8 centuries of modern history, will continue unless it is first cognized and then corrected. Genocide of any group of people is an act of violence. It is a crime against humanity. And for that reason, we must all become aware of not only real history, and those of you who don't find this in textbooks or are taught in schools, but become knowledgeable of the present day occurrences of the Hindu genocide to work collectively towards conscious correction.
So let's take a walk back in time. As we can see in the diagram by Mr. Nilesh Oak, author, researcher, and scholar with backgrounds in astronomy, ancient narratives, archaeology, and anthropology, the Hindu civilization dates back to at least 56,000 years. Around the time of the Mahabharata war, 7000 BCE, there were 56 sovereign Hindu nations which existed in an area estimated to be over 60 million square kilometers as shown in the map. Areas which included regions in present-day Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Burma, Sri Lanka, all the way to Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia, as well as in 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas, traditions. But over several centuries, the combined forces of foreign invasion, political upheaval, colonialism, and religious persecution systematically ended millennia of Hindu Swaraj, or self-rule. 40,000 temples were looted and 400,000 nationalized. Today, Hindu temples remain in certain countries, but the Hindus who worshipped in them have been ethnically cleansed. Over the past 800 plus years, Hindus have been subjected to mass murder, enslavement, multiple perpetrator rapes, child abuse, forced indoctrination, man-made famines, loss of territory, imposition of slavery, and identity distortion, resulting in a systematic physical elimination. Another fact we know today is that to ensure complete cultural elimination, invaders have attacked the institutions such as Hindu universities and libraries, which not only preserved the Hindu knowledge, they were centers of spiritual education and enlightenment, burned to the ground, destroyed. One such university was the Nalanda University. It was so vast, it was reported to have housed 9 million manuscripts. When it was set on fire, the Nalanda University burned continuously for over 9 months.
Yes. And another more recent incident was the burning of the Jaffna Library in Sri Lanka in 1981. And who knows about this? It was on the night of June 1st, 1981, that an organized mob of Sinhalese individuals went on a rampage, burning the library. It was actually one of the most violent examples of ethnic bibliocism of the 20th century. The burning of this library was part of a long campaign of cultural genocide in Sri Lanka. At the time of its destruction, the library was one of the biggest in Asia, containing over 97,000 books and palm leaf manuscripts. And destroyed were articles and memoirs and works of writers who had made a significant contribution towards the sustenance of the Tamil culture. And although this library was reopened, many irreplaceable ancient books important to the Tamils' ancient history were destroyed and lost forever. And to learn more about the Tamil culture and heritage, tune into the upcoming program that is being hosted by KAILASA Canada on the occasion of Tamil Heritage Month. And this will be held on January 29th at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So why did the Hindu Holocaust and the genocide of Hindus happen? And why is it still happening? Well, to attempt to answer this question may require an entirely other session or two, and maybe a few hours. But one thing can be said for sure is that genocide has been and is being done systematically and in an organized way based on decisions and choices made by certain individuals, decision makers, and groups that hold dearly either or a deadly combination of extremist religious ideologies and extremely exploitative, oppressive political ideologies carried out by absolute, oppressive, sadist, autocratic, power-hungry political decision makers. It's a perverted means of promoting control and violent behavior in all forms by eradicating those whom they see as different or non-useful in the promotion of their agenda.
And to expand on what Ma Katitananda just shared, we must first understand that genocide never just happens. There are stages of genocide, and there's always a set of circumstances which occur and which are created to build the climate in which genocide can take place. So let's look into the 10 stages of genocide. According to Dr. Gregory H. Stanton, who is the founding president and chairman of Genocide Watch and former research professor in genocide studies and prevention at the George Mason University in Virginia, there are 10 stages of genocide. And this process is not linear. It can occur simultaneously. So there is classification, which refers to categories to distinguish people into us and them by ethnicity, race, religion, or nationality. There is also symbolization, which is the distinguishing of the others by the use of names or symbols. There is discrimination, the use of law, custom, and political power to deny the rights of other groups on the basis of nationality, ethnicity, race, or religion, which includes right to citizenship. There is dehumanization, referring to one group denying the humanity of the other group. Members of the group are equated to animals, vermin, insects, or diseases. Organization. Genocide is always organized, usually by the state, often using militias to provide deniability of state responsibility. There is polarization. Hate groups and extremists broadcast polarizing propaganda to drive the groups apart. The dominant group passes emergency laws or decrees that grant them total power over the targeted group. The laws erode fundamental civil rights and liberties. Preparation. National or perpetrator group leaders plan the final solution. They often use euphemisms to cloak their intentions. They indoctrinate the populace with fear of the victim group, disguising genocide as self-defense. Persecution. The victim or group's most basic human rights are systematically violated through extrajudicial killings, torture, and forced displacement. Extermination. Extermination begins and quickly becomes the mass killing, which includes mass rapes. Finally, there is denial, which lasts throughout and always follows genocide. Denial is among the surest indicators of further genocide. And it's also important to note that genocide includes many other elements, such as lawfare, which includes denial of one's citizenship, character assassination and hate speech, brainwashing, forced religious conversion or forced indoctrination, many of which happens very subtly through the educational system, rape, child abuse, and others. And now we move on to the topic that many still to this day do not know about, which is the Hindu Holocaust of today, the ongoing Hindu genocide.
Over the last 30 years alone, the genocide of Hindu minorities in regions of Kashi, Bangladesh, Bengal, Kashmir, Gujarat, Indonesia have gone more or less unnoticed until recently. Many Hindus in these regions continue to face both subtle and extreme forms of persecution and cultural, religious, social, ethnic genocide, especially those of indigenous minority communities or traditions. And one such community is the Adi Shaivite minority tradition or the ASMT community. An incredible fact is that the ASMT, Adi Shaivite minority tradition community, is one of the world's oldest groups of indigenous peoples who are unique in their origin, language, culture, and traditions. They are in fact an integral part of the Aboriginal, indigenous, native Hindu tribes that have existed in India for millennia. Unfortunately, they have been heavily persecuted using the weaponization of sexual violence targeting the women and children, which is part of a more pervasive and systematic targeting campaign. Now, the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the sovereign of the sovereign state of Shri Kailaasa, and the Supreme Pontiff of the 2 billion Hindu diaspora worldwide is a history and present-day happening that all should be aware of. But why should we be aware? Because the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa is a continuation of the Hindu genocide.
So, why was the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism targeted? Well, there are several reasons. It was done in an effort to silence a leader, a spiritual master of millions, and those of his community, because he is reviving the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, one which represents the revival of 10,000 ancient traditions or sampradayas of Hinduism, all rooted in ahimsa or non-violent, traditions that in fact empower individuals and societies. Because he's reviving the principles of Hinduism and the 4 pillars of Hinduism, one of which is the Varnashrama Dharma, which is the best model for a stable society where power is equally distributed. Also, because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a progressive stance for equality of all genders. Because of his progressive stance for equality of everyone, irrespective of caste, because he actively promoted female empowerment and the empowerment of female priests. He promoted gender equality in religion, supporting women as priests and monks, and built a woman-only religious university. Why was he persecuted? Because of his call for the protection of indigenous minority groups, because he dared to speak out against the crimes against Hindus and Hindu minority groups. So let's take a look into the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, a persecution which has now been recognized by the United Nations.
Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now.
The known facts of the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been heavily persecuted for over the last 27 years. He was faced with over 70 direct attempted murders. He was character assassinated, defamed through a recorded 14,000 hours of hate speech and media misinformation. There have been over 40 attacks on community members, destruction of monasteries and temples. Over 60 incidents of attacks, molestation, and rape of women and women monks. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism underwent intense lawfare via over 100 forced legal cases. Eventually, the passport of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally cancelled and he was forced into statelessness. And some of the violation of human rights and the religious freedom that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went through, he was tortured for over 50 days in prison with no registered crime or victim on file. He was interrogated without a lawyer present, and the interrogation was even leaked by the police to the media, and that was in 2010. He was denied religious rights in prison. He was forced gender determination test, and that was a government-sponsored torture in 2014. The freedom of speech and religion curtailed by courts, even in private spaces. The police repeatedly refused to file the FRIs of attacks on his community, and there was miscarriage of justice where suppressed evidence that exonerates SPH, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and because of that, it took over 8 years to bring charges to court. The police also interrogated minor students from the religious school without parents present in 2019. They showed pornographic material to the minor students, and they undergone various forms of harassment. For example, they were forced, tortured for wearing the traditional Hindu agamic clothes.
And continuing along, in 2010, a globally coordinated attack was launched by the neo-Hindutva groups against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This started by sensationalizing a deep fake video of a popular movie actress from the Adi-Shaivite minority tradition community and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on March 2nd, 2010. Immediately on the same day, violent mobs with improvised explosives were gathered and destroyed 50 of his temples and ashrams across India. Taking advantage of the engineered violence and confusion, assassination attempts were made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Even more, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was being moved by the monks of the Adi-Shaivite minority tradition community from one town, city to another, so was the wave of mob violence in order to create a conducive climate for his assassination. And thankfully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today is alive despite the persecution and continues to, with unwavering focus, the work of reviving the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation to bring enlightenment to humanity, to foster a peaceful, blissful, united, just, and sustainable world.
And there is good news. It's not all doom and gloom. For the first time, the voices of the persecuted Hindus were heard at the United Nations. Today, we are very fortunate to not only have a voice for Hindus in international forums, but also a nation for Hindus. KAILASA, the enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the first nation for Hindus, which offers a safe haven to all the world's practicing, aspiring, or persecuted Hindus, irrespective of race, gender, caste, creed, where they can peacefully live and express their spirituality, arts, and culture free from denigration, interference, and violence. And here is a recording of the brief presentation that was made on December 2nd by a KAILASA Nation ambassador who spoke on behalf of the Hindu diaspora at the United Nations Minority Issues Forum in Geneva, Switzerland.
En persona. Madam Chairperson, esteemed delegates and colleagues, I represent KAILASA Nation led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums. I want to specifically bring to light the attack on minority Hindu traditions. Hinduism, as people know, is not a single monolithic religion, but it's made up of thousands of unique Enlightenment ecosystems, which are called sampradayas. In recent times, many Hindu gurus, Hindu minority traditions, and temples have come under attack by majority ideologies, and a large number of traditions have virtually disappeared. There has been no recognition of the attacks by international human rights groups, as in these cases, it is difficult for outsiders to distinguish the attackers from the attacked. For the past 10 years, the KAILASA Nation and SPH Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam have been attacked and silenced in India as a religious minority, as a linguistic minority, and because extremist elements are opposed to KAILASA's stance when it comes to the rights of women, including marginalized Dalit women and the rights of members of the LGBTQ and transgender communities. In 2019, KAILASA approached the OHCHR presenting the case of persecution, and when this document reached the Indian media, a very well-funded defamation campaign was started by news sources which were supportive of the Union government, alleging treason and sedition on part of the KAILASA Nation. A number of false cases were subsequently registered against KAILASA leaders, and one of our university campuses for women in the state of Gujarat was razed to the ground in a matter of days by mobs along with the local government. KAILASA has since submitted a number of reports on the persecution to various forums available within the UN, but not much action has been taken. In June 2021, KAILASA made a submission on the attacks of ASMT women in the session by the UN Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on the Rights of Indigenous Women, and further submitted reports how to end femicide and on gender justice. Later in September, KAILASA's report on media disinformation in India, which is a big problem, was accepted by the Special Rapporteur for the right to freedom of opinion and expression.
The sovereign state of Shri Kailasa. The sovereign state of Shri Kailasa is the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization. Kailasa is not a competition for India, for Nepal, Bali, Cambodia, or any country. Kailasa is only complementing. It is a seed bank for Hinduism. The vision of Kailasa is living enlightenment for all humanity. Kailasa's mission is to revive and share with today's world the practical applications of the greater sciences of authentic Hinduism, including Hindu cosmic physics, Hindu alchemy, Hindu cosmology, Hindu biology, Hindu mathematics, power manifestation, and other sciences as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. These sciences were once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent, but are now facing extinction due to the persecution over a millennium. Kailasa has created thousands of enlightenment ecosystems around the world. 30 million global adherents of Kailasa are today living in over 100 countries, supporting 2 billion Hindus worldwide. The enlightened ecosystems of Kailasa around the world house Hindu universities, gurukuls, with the authentic Hindu educational system, temples, temple monastery complexes, food banks, animal shelters, and libraries, many of which are de facto spiritual embassies for the nation of Kailasa.
And as the first nation for Hindus, the sovereign state of Shri Kailasa has sovereign territory in more than one place and home country agreements with many countries where Kailasa will be having its embassies. In its sovereign territory, Kailasa has its own Supreme Court. Kailasa is also successful in achieving civil court status in 3 countries. Kailasa has the license to run banks in more than 27 places. And in 6 countries, Kailasa's currency has been accepted as mainstream currency. And in 2 more countries, Kailasa's currency is accepted as private currency. In 30 countries, Kailasa can run the Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University. Kailasa has also developed an independent sea route and air route that stitch the different sovereign pieces of land of Kailasa.
Kailasa also established bilateral relations with 7 cities and 1 state across 6 countries. 1, the city of South Euclid, Ohio, United States. 2, Entebbe Municipality, the Republic of Uganda. The city of Kampala, Republic of Uganda. 4, Jinja City, the Republic of Uganda. 5, Dangriga Town, Belize. 6, Mwanza City, the United Republic of Tanzania. 7, Melekeok State, the Republic of Palau. 8, Dire Dawa City, Ethiopia.
Furthermore, this year alone, there were 36 cities celebrating Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Day, which was on January 3rd, 2022. And with 115 proclamations and certificates of recognition from politicians across 12 countries, including US congressional recognitions from Virginia, California, Illinois, Utah, California, Maryland, Colorado, Ohio, the Texas House of Representatives, California State Senate, Assembly member from California, the Governor of Maryland, the Mayor of Mwanza City from the United Republic of Tanzania, and from the Mayor of Dangriga Town in Belize.
And this is all being made possible by someone who himself has faced the double-edged sword, literally and figuratively, of both genocide and genocide denial, a being who has not only placed his life at risk, but sacrificed his good name for the protection of Hindus. The 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, a leader, a peace builder, and religious freedom defender, who is the president and the sovereign of the sovereign state of Shri Kailasa, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
And there's a beautiful scripture reference from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, verse 7 and 8. And it says, Yada yada hi dharmasya glani bhavati bharata abhyuthama dharmasya tadatmanam shujamyaham paritra naya sadhunang vinashe cha dhuskritam dharma sangsta pamanate sambhavami yuge yuge. And it translates as, whenever there is a decay of righteousness, O Bharata, and there is exaltation of unrighteousness, then I myself come forth for the protection of the good, for the destruction of evil doers. For the sake of firmly establishing righteousness, I am born from age to age.
So what can we do? What corrective actions, steps can be taken? Echoing the powerful message of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the global conclave of an ancient traditional celebration of unity, peace, courage, Thaipusam, on January 18, 2022. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism said, "It is time we no longer allow ourselves to be silenced by the powerful forces trying to silence us. It is time consciously we, the people, we, the humanity, reclaim our indigenous lifestyle traditions. It is time non-violence, conscious coexistence need to enter into all of our thought currents, our way of living." So it's time we, as a humanity, collectively take action to ensure genocide never again, Holocaust never again. It is time we, as a humanity, as leaders, decision makers, recognize the Hindu Holocaust and Hindu Holocaust denial that exist and take the right conscious corrective actions to end this crime versus humanity.
And to close today's presentation, we have two beautiful and powerful messages from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, from two occasions just recently, where Bhagwan says that non-violence is the foundation of Hinduism and the foundation of Kailasa's constitution. And secondly, Bhagwan says, the ultimate cosmic law is ahimsa, non-violence. It is the most powerful, best strategy, even to stop the Hindu Holocaust. So on behalf of Kailasa UN Mission, and with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we thank you for being here and participating in today's very special segment on this International Day in commemoration of victims of Holocaust. So we now end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Parukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Yes. So welcoming each and everyone back. Let us enter into the next segment of this program, the glimpses of the glorious past on the 27th of January. On this segment, if you do not already know, we go through the years and visit the various activities and contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has performed since he started his public life. So we'll be going through the various years and see how in the process of reviving Shri Kailasa, the Hindu nation, enlightened ecosystem, civilizational nation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed in various ways and has shown how Hinduism can contribute to the various dimensions of humanity and the needs of humanity today. So we are now entering into the first year, 27th January 2004. So on this year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the states of consciousness during the everyday live public talk, the Nithyananda Satsang. In this talk entitled Yoga Nidra, Sleeping into Divine, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the four states of consciousness: the waking state, dreaming state, deep sleep state, and enlightened state. He explained how all of them are interrelated and revealed that in order to enjoy the world, to really feel life, one needs to control all bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that only in the fourth state one is truly alive. But until then, one will see only what he wants to see, even in the daytime. So in this, we will be watching a short clip shortly. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanding on the various states of consciousness and the importance of gaining control through the space of completion, getting control of all these states in our life for us to experience our true self and to experience the real life and not just our own perception of what is happening. So let us have a quick look, few minutes into this live talk done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism entitled Live Through Your Physical, Subconscious and Conscious and Subconscious Bodies. So let us have a listen.
A small story. One day early morning, a Zen Buddhist master is an enlightened man. He woke up from the bed. He had thousands of disciples. Suddenly early morning, as soon as he got up from the bed, he started weeping. He started crying aloud. None of his disciples could understand because he is an enlightened man. He used to wipe the tears of thousands of people. But suddenly he is weeping. Suddenly he is crying. And you do not know what these Zen masters do. They are very famous, popular for their mysterious ways of teaching, for their untraditional way of teaching. Suddenly he started crying, weeping and wailing. disciple could understand. Anyhow, one disciple, who is a chief disciple, he went near him and asked, Master, why are you crying? Why are you weeping? He said, yesterday night, in my dream, I saw that I became a butterfly and started flying in our garden. But the disciple could not understand. He said, why? It is just a dream. Why are you weeping or crying for that now? Just you dreamt as if you became a butterfly. What's the wrong in it? Nothing wrong. It's after all a dream. Why do you weep or cry for that? He said, this is a statement you should understand. If you understand this one statement, you will understand the whole teaching or whole class which you are going to see today. He says, I do not know whether I have dreamt that I became a butterfly or that butterfly is dreaming that he has become a master and sitting in front of you. Understand? I do not know whether I dreamt that I became a butterfly or the butterfly is dreaming now as if it has become a master and it has got so many disciples. Yes. How can you solve this problem? How can you answer for this question? He says, I do not know whether I dreamt that I have become a butterfly or that butterfly is dreaming, now it has become me. Anybody who can answer? Any answer? Now any of you have got answer? You can be open, you can come up. Yes.
Well, he dreamt, his dream was beautiful that he was a butterfly and coming back. He was depressed because he was coming back to the reality of what his life was really all about.
No, what I am asking, whether the butterfly is dreaming that it has become a spiritual master, or the master is dreaming, master has dreamt that he has become a butterfly. Which is truth?
If a person dreams, he's the one who talks about the dream. But the person who appears in his dream would not talk.
No. In the dream, when he is butterfly, he may be thinking, oh, I dreamt last night that I became a Zen master and I had so many disciples. What have I got to say about that? He may be telling his friend butterfly or his partner butterfly, oh, you don't know, last night I dreamt that I became a Zen master and I had so many disciples around me in my dream.
All these thoughts are transient, it's not permanent.
That is what is the essence of today's class. Let us enter into the subject. He said rightly, both the thoughts are transient.
Yes, you have seen the wonderful video where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism clearly explained about the 4 states of consciousness, and he revealed that one has to control all the 4 bodies if he wants to enjoy the real life. Only if we achieve the last state, the enlightened state, till then the human life has to go through all the mayas, whatever has to go. And we're going to have a deeper experience of 20 bases of consciousness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism going to give in this upcoming Paramashivoham also, which is going to happen in the coming March 1st, the starting date of Shivaratri. Now we'll be entering into the next year, which is 27th January 2005, where in this video on the same day, where we had a wonderful darshan and followed by the Nitya Satsang, we see that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam, continued his discourse on the Shiva Sutras. Here, we are hearing the discussion about between the Swamiji and the audience as they attempted to find the answer to the question, what constitute as a seed. Through a series of questions and answers, His Divine Holiness led us to the better understanding of these concepts. So here, whenever the guru-disciple meets, where the best relationship starts with when you go to the guru with the I don't know anything. That starts the beautiful relationship between the guru and the disciple. Here, the same way in the Shiva Sutra segments, where all the devotees had the wonderful opportunities to ask their questions. That is where the strong belief happens. It is not just one-way communication. Simply the guru tells, disciples go with their words. Somewhere here, just asking a minor question, maybe a silly question, even if you see many of the Devi Parashakti, Akashic readings or during the satsangs also, many questions have been answered by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi also. Those questions you may have felt it is not in this right forum. It may look small, but that is where the best relationship starts. Here, Devi also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also, they will attend to each and every question. It is not about the question. It is not about the answer to the person. It is about the strong relationship, that guru-disciple relationship start building between the guru and the disciple. Here, all the Adinavasis and the disciples, devotees from the Satsangis from all across the globe had a wonderful opportunity, had a Q&A, the question and answer session with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here in this video, we can see how it happened with a beautiful experience.
Next question or next doubt. What constitutes seed? This one line is enough. I can finish. I can speak till Shivratri. I can speak till Shivratri. Because this is the ultimate doubt. This is the ultimate doubt. She asks, Devi asks, what constitutes seed? All of you know you are Atman. Atman is your true nature. You are the ultimate energy. Whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, realize it or not, you are God. All of you know that. You have memorized it. Because again and again I repeat. But you know one more thing. You suffer. You have body, you have mind, you suffer. How and why when the Atman becomes body-mind? Atman became body-mind. How, when, why the Atman became body-mind? How? When? Come out with answers. When you choose, why did you choose? Why did memories and desires come? Because they say Atman itself is energy and enjoyment, bliss. Why did that get some other desire?
That is a doubt I guess.
How? That's what I'm asking you. How? Atman is experiencing. How? You see, how you became this person. But why choice? What choice?
Because of your karma.
How the karma started? How the previous birth started? How the Purusha Vasana started? How the desire started? How the Maya started? How the ignorance started?
Why did life start then?
But you are enlightened already. You were enlightened.
It's only a drama. Swamiji, it goes back to when life started.
Why drama started? Who wanted?
God, Maya.
And you and Shiva is one and the same. Then how?
Swamiji, if you knew that.
How the illusion started? How the ignorance started?
Shiva is only playing there like this.
Why Shiva is playing?
You want to amuse himself. Swamiji, that is the
He wants to amuse himself. So if you are Atman, you have all possible amusements. Why do you want some more amusements? Means you are bored. Then how can you say you are Atman? How can you say you are bliss? Then again the state which you are going to reach, you need some more amusement. Better carry some of your amusement things.
It goes back to why is there even physical life?
That is what? Why? That's what I am asking.
To understand the Atman.
Why should you understand? You are Atman. Why should you understand Atman?
Experience the Atman.
You were Atman earlier. Why should you experience?
Consciousness enters you.
Why consciousness enters into you? Consciousness is supposed to be all-pervading, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent.
It goes back to why there is individual consciousness and super consciousness.
That is what? Why there is individual consciousness and super consciousness? Huh? Huh?
If we know the answer why we are sitting here, sir. Why I wanted to become. Question is why I wanted to become, and I was enjoying the bliss.
If it were to be known, there would have been no difference here.
Energy needs action.
Energy needs action. New theory. Please don't create new philosophies. The next generation will start cursing you because they have to read one more philosophy. What you forgot? You scrambled there also. How will you forget if you are Atman? How will you forget if you are Atman? So you are basically Atman. But now you have suffering of body and mind. How you became body-mind?
How can we enjoy that? How can
Background I'm just telling. As such, Atman has not become body mind. Atman has Atman.
Then why do you have suffering of body-mind?
The body mind causes the suffering, not Atman.
Okay, why do you suffer if you are supposed to be Atman?
I'm not suffering. It's not I suffering. It's my body mind.
Alright, if you suffer, do you feel the suffering or not?
Yes. Nithyananda, I think everyone is very much puzzled with the questions from many of the devotees. Still, if you are finding for the answers, we request everyone recommend to, you can head over to Nithyanandapedia. Then you can type this date, 27th January 2005, and then you can very much find the answers here. And you can many more, all the glories, all the videos will be uploaded in the Nithyanandapedia, the upcoming events, everything is uploaded in the Nithyanandapedia. You can easily head over to Nithyanandapedia. All the dates, all the glory of the pods, all years, all months, all the dates are uploaded in the Nithyanandapedia. You can very much go over and find all the glories from all the satsangs, all the things can be from the Nithyanandapedia. So now we are moving on to the next year, 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principle of unclutching during the Nithyananda program. In this talk, entitled By the Nature You Are Unclutched, friendly and candid Q&A session with the Bhagavan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism answered questions from delegates on unclutching and revealed that thoughts are unconnected, illogical, independent, irresponsible, and unclutched. He explained that what one thinks as logic itself is illogical and that connecting thought is not actually connection. If you see this, one of the beautiful video from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Be Unclutched. It is in 2 volumes. You can find it in the Nithyananda official channel, Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda. I have heard from many devotees, many peoples who got connected to Swamiji just because of that one video, because the whole world got stuck in one Maya. We always clutch our thoughts, like we connect our thoughts, and then at the end of the day, we'll feel like somehow all the illogical thoughts, we make our own root, own branch, and then we'll make it as a whole tree, and then we'll struck with the tree. But here, Bhagavan has cut each and every root has, and he told each one is illogical, independent, and then you can nicely play with it. So that 2 video literally changed many of our lives. I mean, for me, even now, it is never become that video is like, okay, I experienced the whole thing. Even now, if you go sit with that one video, you will feel that ultimate. You will feel like this is what the real life is. This satsang also, there's a beautiful Q&A which happened between the satsangis, all the delegates from all over the country, which happened in Adi Kailasa. They had a beautiful session with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, let us see how that Q&A went. Let's see the video.
By unclutching, if I decide to do something else or nothing, I feel I will be less useful to mission due to progressive decline in contacts. Out of sight, out of mind. This is my concern. Please comment. Nice question. My mission is to make you unclutch. Nothing else. Let it be very clear. I am not a missionary. I am not a missionary to do anything else. My mission is to make you unclutch. One more important thing. By unclutching, if you don't support the mission, you should not support. See, let me be very clear. Many people involve themselves into my mission for various reasons. For various reasons. If you unclutch, because of that, if you are by unclutching, if I decide to do something else or nothing, I feel I will be less useful to mission due to progressive decline in contacts. Out of sight, out of mind. This is my concern. Please comment. Nice question. My mission is to make you unclutch. Nothing else. Let it be very clear. I am not a missionary. I am not a missionary to do anything else. My mission is to make you unclutch. One more important thing. By unclutching, if you don't support the mission, you should not support. See, let me be very clear. Many people involve themselves into my mission for various reasons. For various reasons. If you unclutch, because of that, if your involvement is less, or you being productive to mission is less, never bother about that. That's good for you and good for me, good for the whole mission, good for everybody. It will be good for everybody. If you are being productive to the mission is due to the enlightenment experience which you had, satori which you had from this unclenching truth, that will be the right help, that will be the right service. So I feel, if you completely imbibe the truth which I am teaching, that will be the greatest service for the mission. Is it possible to be still doing what I am doing and still live an extraordinary life in an ordinary way? One thing, I cannot assure it will be possible for you to be doing what you are doing after February 7th. That I can't assure. I can assure that in NSP, ASP and DSP and all those things, somebody has written a letter. Self, ego, mind are put together with a shaft created from thoughts. Thoughts are independent, unconnected, random and illogical. Ahankara versus mamakara conflict causes the problem. All of this you have covered with LVP and NSP. What is new? Writing down the thoughts also we did in NSP. What is new? I'll tell you before the February 6th. Whoever has put this question, guarantee this fellow will not be same again. You fellow, you will not go back and do your routine. Live your life. You put the question? Can't. Doctor? You see, in NSP or ASP you heard. Now you will see what happens. Now, actually I had my eye on him already. Now, without even knowing that I already blushed. Now nothing can be done. Now it is between you and me. Whether I am successful or you are successful, let us see.
Yes. So as we saw, a short glimpse of the satsang given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So inviting each and everyone to go on the 27th of January 2007 to see the rest of the satsang. As you saw, being in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is very joyful, blissful. We had a glimpse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism laughing and sharing many things with the audience. Such an amazing space to experience the joyfulness and the bliss, the ecstasy that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism radiates when he engages with each and every one of us. So we're now entering into the year 2010 on the 27th of January. We can see glimpses of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Kalpataru program in Baroda, Gujarat, India. So we have a few pictures here. As we, if you guys have seen this segment in the past, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism travels a lot. He travels to many places around the world and also within India. At this time, especially in the years 2005 to 2010, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to travel extensively, literally giving a program during the day, giving darshan during the night, traveling to the next location and starting this whole program again and again. Yesterday, we saw the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was in Mumbai. Today, he is in Baroda, Gujarat. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the one-day Kalpataru program. The Kalpataru program is a program where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the science of how to manifest our desires. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism not only shares and gives the science to the participants, but also guides them through various processes, and at the end of the day, gives them an individual energy darshan. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally does not leave his seat, his asana, the simhasana, until each and everyone receives the individual energy darshan. That is the commitment that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has towards each and every one of us. It is not like a scheduled program and once you reach the time, it is over. No, when the program is over, it is over. Until then, it keeps going on. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to finish his days very late in the night, sometimes in the next day morning, and then traveled to the next location to start giving the program again and again darshan in the night. And like that, he traveled the length and breadth of India, enriching people as much as he could. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared that one of the biggest blind spots in Hindus and Hindus in the past hundreds of years is the fact that the enriching and the causing others reality dimension has been forgotten. And that is why, due to the persecution, Hinduism has lost a lot of ground and is now endangered of disappearing. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is working intensely to make sure that the authentic Hinduism does not disappear from planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also shared that if Hinduism disappears from planet Earth, life itself will disappear. That is why it is crucial to stand for Sanatana Hindu Dharma, stand for Hinduism, and protect it by reaching out to people, enriching them, and making them experience how authentic Hinduism can fulfill the various dimensions of their life, fulfill the various desires that they cherish, and help them to live a more healthy, more powerful, and more blissful life. So here we are having a glimpse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing just that.
Yes, now we'll be moving on to the next year, 2011, 27th January. The living incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhana, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, reveals more of the secrets expressed by the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, following by yesterday's discourse on revealing the light within. After the mind covering is removed, after the veil which covers the light is removed, your mind becomes ready to express all it carried inside. So your mind is everything. You don't know the power of your mind. It can create anything you want, just like how it can create a dream, fall into your unconscious state and start dreaming. Here in this today's Nitya Satsang on the day of 27 January 2011, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded the discourse on revealing the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. He explained about how after the mind covering is removed, how the veil which covers the light is removed, your mind becomes ready to express all it carries inside. So when the huge storm is gone, how the land will be like completely clear. Here, the same way, whenever your mind, whatever is things, the incompletions, your pains, sufferings, all the things which covers your very own mind, and it will, all those things will play a multiple role when you are taking decisions. All the dilemmas, delusions, maya, which all got struck. Moment you clear everything, you will feel like real life is there in front of your screen, front of your life. So here, what is happening in Paramashivoham, all the inner awakenings, all the Kalpatarus, or even if like one day webinar, you attend with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is in his presence. Whenever you have the Naina Diksha, it is like that moment when you come and sit, before that you will have a different world altogether. You'll be struck with Maya, pain, suffer, fear, greed, all the delusions. But at the moment you come and sit in front of your digital screen, and the moment you see the Swamiji, where he literally clears all the layers and layers of things which you got struck. So that is why always we feel like after attending satsang, you'll be like something goosebump will happen inside, something which is trickling, which will go inside. So that is not nothing bigger in like maybe like we can call it as multiple consciousness, something like that. But literally he is clearing all our delusions in our life. So making it our life very easy way to live. So here he also expanded that how the mind has so much power in our life. The moment we clear all the obstacles, we'll be able to manifest everything we want in our life. Like how the mind has able to manifest the dream, what we desire, what we want in our, maybe like in the even the night. So same way here, our mind has the capability to manifest whatever we want. So just we need to align and clear all the incompletions and unconscious behavior in our life.
So let us now enter into the next year, the 27th January 2012. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expands on the Bhagavad Gita, where Bhagwan gives beautiful instructions to Mahabaho, which is the name given to Arjuna, meaning the mighty armed one. O Arjuna, establish yourself in consciousness, understand the power of discrimination, and conquer the desire and enemies both at a time. When you wage the war and destroy the enemies, you will come to the desire to be a king also. Knowing the power of discrimination and staying in consciousness, O Mahabaho Arjuna, conquer the desire and the enemies. It is a straight instruction for all of you. The sacred secret you need to understand is constantly be courageous and take decisions from your own consciousness and go on solving your outer world crisis, outer world problems. Don't be tired. No question of retirement in the cosmos. Go on solving, go on solving. I tell you, not only you will be solving the outer world problems, you will create a beautiful inner space where all patterns are broken and liberated. So a beautiful satsang discourse given by Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, commenting on the Bhagavad Gita. So the Bhagavad Gita was the revelations that Bhagwan Shri Krishna revealed to Arjuna on the battlefield of Mahabharata in the Kurukshetra war. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being an incarnation of Paramashiva, is expanding on all these beautiful scriptures and mapping the sacred truths revealed in these scriptures in the way they are meant to be understood, and also in the way that we can understand it easily, user-friendly for today's humanity, for each and every one of us, with the mind that we have created for ourselves in today's world. So that is the responsibility of avatars. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, avatars land when the truths, the cosmic truths, need to be made user-friendly for humanity. So here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing just that, and we are inviting each and everyone to go on Nithyanandapedia on the 27th of January 2012, listen to this amazing discourse. Here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revealing about the power of discrimination and the importance of conquering the desires and the enemies at the same time. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism quotes Shri Krishna sharing about when you wage war and destroy the enemies, you will come of the desire of becoming king also. This desire will also arise in you. Knowing the power of discrimination, stay in your consciousness and conquer both, conquer the enemies and conquer the desire of becoming king as well. So here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shows how spirituality and cosmic truths, powerful cognitions, which are filled in our Shastras, in the Vedas and Agamas, how they are very practical and user-friendly for us to apply in our lives. Here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, don't be tired. Keep using this consciousness, this powerful cognition, and solve your problems, the problems you face in your life. And as you do that, you will realize that not only you're solving the problems of the world, but you're also creating a beautiful inner space within yourself and creating a beautiful outer space around you. And this is how patterns are broken and we experience liberation. So again, inviting each and everyone to go listen to this discourse and receive these powerful cognitions directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Now we'll be moving on to the next year of 27th January 2013. As part of the morning satsang and Nitya satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, continues his examination of Kathopanishads. Any knowledge you imbibe, you become that. When mind becomes subtle and subtle, knowledge itself becomes experience. When your body becomes subtle and subtle, the sensitive and evolved, you become dual, meaning that the masculine strength and the feminine grace just emerge into one. The integrity and the authenticity of the masculine being the responsibility and the enriching of the feminine grace becomes one in the body. The inauthentic ones imagine themselves as authentic just because they have the knowledge which has not yet become the experience and go around and around in the crooked way. Like the blind led by the blind. Even one wrong idea inside your system by the wrong book or the wrong logic sometimes takes years to clean and get out of it. So here you can understand from the very statement from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism why there is so much of authenticity needed in every aspect of our life. If we will see each and every segment like Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts or the Acharyas of the Supreme Pontiff of initial disciple from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts, everything has all the levels of authentication, starting from Sasa Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, Shakshi Pramana, Pratyaksha Pramana. This is where it is not just showing that we are authentic. It is about we imbibing here. Whatever you cognize, whatever you believe, you will become that. So that is why so much of authenticity needed in every aspects of our life. See, in many of the lives, many people experience some good, some tricks, some good level of experience so that they can able to share to the others. But it is not wrong in sharing. But when you start receiving, you should know that experience, that way of life may helpful or maybe successful for that person. It may not suit for you. That is why even though the people who got enlightened, their teachings, their knowledge has to be always brainwashed with the acid washed with the Sasa Pramanas and the Apta Pramanas, the scripture reference and the authorities of the Hinduism who experienced and authorized this Pramanas. That is why so much of authentication is very much needed in each and every steps of our life. Here in this satsang, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism examines the Kathopanishad, he said, any knowledge you imbibe, you become that. When your mind becomes subtle and subtle, knowledge itself becomes the experience. When you go on experiencing this subtleness in your life, your very knowledge itself will become the experience. When your body becomes subtle and subtle, the sensitive and evolved, you become that dual, meaning that the masculine strength and the feminine grace just emerge into one. The integrity and the authenticity of the masculine being and the responsibility and the enriching of the feminine grace, the four tattvas for the very life. It will just be evolved in your life. It will become, it's no more a knowledge for you. This integrity, authenticity, enriching and responsibility, it won't just sit in your life as a knowledge. It will start becoming your experience. So inauthentic ones imagine themselves as authentic just because they have the knowledge which has not yet become the experience and go around and around the crooked way. So in many of our life, we have heard many people who come and share our their knowledge, but it never become experience in our life because they never experience it. That is why they just feel they are authentic just because of the knowledge they have, and it will always go in the crooked way. And it's not only harmful for them, it is harmful for each one of us who listen to that. It is like blind leading the blind. Even one wrong idea inside your system by the wrong book or the wrong logic sometimes takes years, not only years, it will take lives and lives, births and births to change and get out of it. So let us see a short video where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is explaining how when you're struck with your life with the ego and how you clear your ego, be easy going. So before you watching this video, we're going to have a short break. Please, all of you, stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression are the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. Welcome back to the Glory of Past segment. Now we'll be moving on. We're going to have glimpses of the satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And he talked with the title of Is Your Life is Egoing or Easygoing? Let's have a glimpse of this video, the discourse.
Next is brow center. The center located in eyebrow region. Listen. Yesterday we worked on Mamakara. So far we have worked on both Mamakara and Anyakara. Did you observe? We were too busy with Mamakara and Anyakara. We did not work on Ahankara. Now we are going to work on Ahankara. The relationship you share with both your Mamakara and Ahamkara is directly connected to your brow center. When you have non-integrated and inauthentic relationship between Mamakara and Ahankara, for example, in Mamakara you feel you are covered, frightened, no courage, and in Ahankara you show courageous, powerful, direct inauthentic, direct non-integrated. Then your Anya collapses. Having integrity and authenticity with Mamakara and Ahankara, your Anya flowers. Unfortunately, almost all human beings have inauthenticity with both Mamakara and Ahankara. How many of you feel you have inauthenticity with your Ahankara and Mamakara? I think I should ask in the other way. How many of you feel you don't have inauthenticity? No, you cannot be. If you have, come on, I have a place for you here. This whole second row you can fill. Or I'll even empty this line, you sit there. This seat is not that comfortable seat, understand? How many of you are greedy of this seat? Lot of responsibility, understand? Huge responsibility. Even the snake, when it bites you, it will tell, you gave me the poison, what can I do? I can vomit this only to your feet. You give me nectar, I will vomit nectar. The Kalinga, that snake, tells Krishna, after trying to kill Krishna, this fellow tells, I vomited poison true, but you gave me that only. Means, for everything you become responsible. Listen. Inside you, you always believe yourself lower than what you are. And outside you, you always project yourself higher than what you are. How many of you are able to cognize this? Anya, brow center collapses when your ahankara and mamakara is not aligned, whenever there is a mismatch in what you believe as you inside and what you project as you outside. It is like a sharp sword having both sides rubbing you constantly. When there is an inauthenticity between your mamakara and ahankara, both sides it is painful. Do you see? Inside also it is painful. Outside what you project, because nobody believes it, it is painful. How many of you are very clear that whatever you project, people are not believing? Raise your hand. It's very painful, do you know? You project something so sincerely, seriously, almost like 10 days you work hard and make a beautiful flower arch. Suddenly somebody comes and tells, hey, fool, all these flowers have withered away 10 days before, you did not see up. You are arranging, so busy in arranging. By the 10 days you came to the lower part and you say, wow, I have done a flower arch. Somebody comes and knocks at you, the back, and says, see up. 1 week before it all withered away. Only then you say, oh God, what I try to project is not happening. It hurts. It hurts. The inauthenticity of your ahamkara is pulling you down and making you feel shrink. Your life only has two ways. One, egoing or easygoing. If it is not aligned, your mamakara and ahankara, it is egoing. If both of them are aligned, it is easygoing. You can see when someone is egoistic, they become very heavy, serious, start living with disease. I think if you do the process, you will be able to have deeper insights.
When you expose your mamakara to the world, you lose effectiveness with people.
No, I am not saying you expose. All I am saying is align. See, what your ahankara you project, internalize that itself and make it as mamakara. That's all.
So
I am not saying project mamakara to ahankara. Project ahankara to mamakara.
Oh, whatever I project there, I just believe myself.
Yes.
Okay. That is easy.
Listen. Scan your whole life and identify the specific aspects of your ahankara which leaves you with conflicting experience with others in your life. That is, identify areas of your life where you feel powerless or experience conflict with others because of the thoughts and words you have uttered and the perception about yourself. that you have projected to others which is not aligned with what you experience as you inside you. For example, you have projected an image to your boss that you are very efficient, and deep within you project an image to yourself that you are a failure. So your efficiency is not showing up in your work and your boss is not happy with you. This may leave you with a conflicting experience in your relationship with your boss. This is an example. Understand, whenever you feel powerless or experience conflict in your life, there is surely some inauthenticity in that aspect of your life. Second, look deeply within and identify the inauthenticity in those conflicting aspects of you that you project to others as you. Identify the words you utter about yourself to others which are not according to the peak of your capacity. That is, what do you think of as your peak capacity and what do you project to others as the peak of your capacity. Identify the words you utter to others about yourself which you did not honor and fulfill. Now restore integrity and authenticity in those aspects of your life. Complete with others who are involved in the respective conflicting situations in your life. Actually, this fourth and fifth is you are supposed to be doing in the house. First three only you are supposed to write answer. Fifth is now with integrity and authenticity, give a new word to others about yourself. Give a new commitment to others which is aligned with the peak of your capacity. That's what you think of as your peak capacity, what others think of as your peak capacity, and declare that.
Yes. So welcoming back each and everyone. So after having listened to this discourse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the importance of bridging the gap between the inner image, Mamakara, and the outer image, Ahankara. So like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained to one of the participants, it is not about you projecting your Mamakara to the world. You just have to project your Ahankara, your outer image, to your inner image and raise your inner image to that of the outer image. So with this entering into the next year, 27th January 2014. As part of the morning satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives a new insights on being a seeker. Being a seeker is much more than following a few spiritual practices. Seeking is intellectual wealth. When we have intellectual wealth, we realize that something more exists in the world, something more than we understand. Experiencing that things are possible in our lives is our being level, is Kalpataru. Kalpataru Darshan awakens the fire of possibility in our being. So here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expands on what seeking is, and he defines seeking as intellectual wealth. When the seeking is kept alive in us and grows in us, we start to realize that there is something more to what we know as life. And that is how the beautiful relationship and feeling connection with Paramashiva, with the Guru, starts to happen in our life. We start to experience the space of possibility more and more in everything that we do, in every decision and responsibility we take on. And that is, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares that is Kalpataru. When we receive the Kalpataru Darshan from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that awakens this fire of possibility inside our being. The space of possibility is what gives life to us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared, there's nothing impossible. Impossible is nothing but I am possible. I'm possible. So that space of possibility is the purpose of spirituality. And that is extremely practical, because only when we enter into the space of possibility, we become successful in every task that we engage ourselves into, in every dimension of our lives in which we infuse life, time, and energy. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always shares with each and every one of us that spiritual truths are not something separate to what we call the normal practical life. Spiritual truths are extremely practical, and they help you to raise yourselves to higher levels and experience a better life for yourself. So inviting each and everyone to go listen to this discourse on the Nithyanandapedia. If you type in this date, 27th January 2014, you will be able to listen to this amazing enlightening satsang given directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Now we'll be moving on to the next year, 2016, 27th is January. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principle prana during the everyday live public talk Nitya Satsang. In this talk entitled 30 Days of Enlightenment, Ishavasya Upanishad, verse number 17, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further decodes the sacred truth of the mantra 17, which is enough to make one live enlightenment when practiced for 30 days. Detailing the step-by-step process for each pada part of this mantra, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has lived the death, revealed how every night before sleeping, one can merge one's breath into the cosmic breath, the prana, and remembering the ultimate consciousness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that all the incompletions are tensions and stresses, while all the completions are relaxations and the restfulness. He encouraged one to be in restful awareness, sharing that when one decides, let my breathing pattern become one with the cosmic breathing pattern, his or her memory will simply rest in the space of completion. He also revealed further the powerful truth that when one is about to slip into the restful awareness, one should remember what you did to achieve oneness with him. And with remembrance and inner space, one should fall into that restful awareness. It is a beautiful experience, the samyama he gave to experience the death and move beyond the death. Here on the same day, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave the beautiful verse and he explained that he quotes the sacred truth from the verse Ishavasya Upanishad, verse number 17. And he also emphasized that when one practices this for 30 days, they can able to live enlightened when they just practice for this one shloka, one sacred truth in their life just for 30 days. He detailed each and every step-by-step process for each pada. The verse has multiple padas. Each part of the mantra, he explained detail about the step-by-step process. If you want to experience this, remember you can head over to nithyanandapedia.org. You can simply search this date, 27th January 2016. You'll be having all the transcripts of the satsang in the same page. Then you'll be having the video also where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism given the beautiful step-by-steps for each pada to achieve that's living in a state of enlightenment. If you just practice this for 30 days, you will come out of all the incompletions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how every night before sleeping, one can merge one breath into the cosmic breath, the prana, and remembering the ultimate consciousness. He gave a beautiful process, beautiful steps where we can practice every night before we go into the sleep. Just remember, invoke, we'll get access to the ultimate consciousness just by aligning our breath to the cosmic breathing, the prana. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that all the incompletions are tensions and the stress, while all the completions are relaxations and the restfulness. He encouraged one to be in the restful awareness, sharing that when one decides, let my breathing pattern becomes one with the cosmic breathing pattern. Moment you decide that, having this declaration, this sankalpa inside you, that let my breathing pattern becomes one with the cosmic breathing pattern, his or her biomemory will simply rest in peace of completion. So all the day we'll be going through multiple ups and downs in our life, filled with fear, greed, tensions, and stress. Here, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism clearly categorized that all your incompletions are stress and tensions, all your completions are relaxations and the restfulness. So just by declaring, having this one powerful cognitions that let my breathing align with the cosmic breathing, moment you decide that this ultimately, their experience, the biomemory will simply rest in the space of completion. He also revealed the powerful truth that when one is about to slip into the restful awareness, one should remember whatever you did to achieve the oneness with him. And with the remembrance on inner space, one should fall into that restful awareness. So before the moment you declare that, you'll be able to rest into the space of completion. So before you resting into the restful awareness, you should remember whatever you did to achieve that oneness with him. With that remembrance and the inner space, you should fall into the restful awareness. It will make you more and more just remembering that space, whatever you did, the inner space you did to manifest that oneness with him. It will keep you in a beautiful space, and it will add so much of value to your connection between you and to that space. Here we have the glimpses of the steps where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism given for all the disciples to practice. And he emphasized that if you practice this for 30 days, it is easy for you to live in the space of enlightenment. Let us have a glimpse of this video. So as we all know, this video is already available in the official YouTube channel, the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda. You can head over anytime. You can search all the solutions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the official channel. Even you can head over to Kailasa's Nithyanandapedia. You can just type by nithyanandapedia.org. You can find the link, and then you can find the page also. There are all the discourses, all the satsangs where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave on each and every date of every month of the every year is already updated. You can head over anytime, you can find on the video. This video is already embedded on the 27th January 2016 page of the Nithyanandapedia also. So you can, now we're going to have a glimpse of the video. For the full video, you can head over to the page, and then you can have the full complete process. Let's watch the video now.
Stressed means you are confused. You are not clear about what you are supposed to do. Completion is restful awareness. Restful awareness is completion. Restfulness is not laziness. Please be very clear. I am not promoting your laziness. I am promoting restful awareness. When you decide, let my breathing pattern become one with the cosmic breathing pattern, your biomemory will rest in the space of completion. Next, very powerful technique. Basmandaggu sariram. Lie down in your bed before falling asleep. Declare, let my breathing pattern become one with the cosmic breathing pattern. That is, just declaration is enough. The second part, Basmandaggu sariram. Visualize everything is burning. Your body, the bed on which you are lying down, the room in which you are sleeping, anything you can visualize is burning. It is returning to its original source, Mother Nature. With this, your muscle memory will become pure. Your muscle memory will rest in the space of completion, because all your muscle memories are stored in your muscles. If you visualize, not only your muscles are burning, anything which can be visualized in your eye muscles, anything you can remember only in the muscles of the eyes. So even that you should visualize as burning. That is why I am saying, not only your body, the bed on which you are lying down, the room in which you are sleeping, anything you can remember in and around the room, above the room, moon, sun, anything anything you can visualize and remember from your muscle memory, visualize everything is burning. Everything is burning. Getting reduced to ashes. Just with this visualization, fall asleep. You will see your muscle memories will become so clean, so pure. Vayuranilam amritam. The first part which I said yesterday, declare that let my breathing pattern become the cosmic breathing pattern. Hope you would have practiced. Today, practice that and this. Because the first part is only a declaration. It may take just few minutes. The second part is the continuous samadhi. Understand? Somebody initiated by ordinary gurus, gurujis, when they practice some visualization, it is called meditation. I am not just initiating you guys, I am ordaining. When I ordain, I sustain. When you guys practice, it is not meditation or contemplation, it is samadhi. Listen to my words and
Yes. So let us now enter into the year 2017 on the 27th of January. Here we see rare pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiating various disciples into the lifestyle of Krama Brahmacharya. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we can see few pictures invoking the presence of Mahakala, as he is the one who initiates each and every one of us into the lifestyle of Krama Brahmacharya. So it is a most memorable event for those who received the initiation. Here we have a few pictures as memory of this amazing happening. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the lifestyle of sannyas and giving the Krama Brahmacharya initiation, being the first level initiation into the lifestyle of sannyas. The lifestyle of sannyas is the lifestyle where we decide, we vow to live by the 5 yogic vows and the 4 tattvas. So the 5 yogic vows: Satya, Asteya, Aparigraha, Ahimsa, and Brahmacharya. Satya means living by the truth. Asteya, non-stealing. Aparigraha, living with minimal things. Brahmacharya, living like a god, going beyond the ups and downs and the hormonal gushes of the body. And Ahimsa, non-violence. As well as the 4 tattvas: Sampurti, Shraddha, Upayanam, and Apyayanam. Integrity, authenticity, enriching, and responsibility. So here we can see one disciple, and the picture on the right, one disciple receiving the blessing, the physical touch from Mahakala directly, as he declares that from now onwards, he wants to live his life by those vows. So a very amazing happening. And here we are also in the courtyard, in the private quarters of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in oneness with Mahakala on his swing in the Adhikaranandi courtyard. So great memories for each and everyone who were part of that. And luckily, in today's world, thanks to the technology, these moments are captured and can be experienced by each and every one of us online. So inviting each and everyone to go on this day and see the more pictures and whatever content is made available about the happenings of this amazing day.
Now we'll be moving on to the next year, where we're going to see enter into the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the visionary to whom his whole revival of Kailasa is made possible. His Divine Holiness revealed that you are not the body or mind, but your consciousness. And when you sit with this one truth, the purpose of your existence will change. Delegates experience Nithyananda Yoga, which includes the unique feature of chanting of the slokas, which describes the asanas, creating a deep experience. If you take the whole humanity, the majority of the people still believe that we are just bound to this body and mind. That is why their mind plays a major role in their life, and they have so much of attachment to this body. That is why the whole world have the fear of death. But here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed a wonderful truth. We should not call this as a wonderful, it is a basic truth of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is not only bound to this Hinduism, it is for everyone. It's a very basic truth that we are not just this body and mind which we carry, we are beyond that, and we are consciousness. Then we may ask why we need to learn more about the body, how we need to know about the prana structure, all the koshas, and why we have to experience all the 20 phases of consciousness, and when we have to be in the space of unclutched so that we can control over our mind, all the stuff. We may have this inner doubt inside. Why we have to do this? See, understand, only if you know about everything, you can master that. Even to go beyond that, you should know what you're trying to move away from your life, and you moving on beyond that. Same way here, moment you understand the life possibilities, the chakras, the energy centers in your body, you can easily able to align to your cosmic structure. Same way here, mind also, you should very well know about your mind, how it plays. Then only you can easily able to not only control, you can go beyond that to achieve that ultimate consciousness, be in that conscious state where we feel, not only we can experience Paramashiva, we can feel that we are Paramashiva. You can hear from the very statement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, moment he started the mission of reviving the Shri Kailasa at the age of 16. The first statement, the truth from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is that he didn't came to prove himself as a God, he came to prove each of us as God. That is a statement he still stood for, he's still standing. That is why all this Sri Kailasa revival is to make us experience that we are Paramashiva. So this satsang that he gave on the 27th January of 2018 is with that thought current that we should understand that we are no more a body and mind, we are beyond that, and we are consciousness. When you understand, when you sit with this one truth, the purpose of your very existence will change.
So entering now into the year 2020, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principle, the knowledge source of Paramahamsa Jnana is openly available during the everyday life public talk. His Divine Holiness explained that simple integrity to Guru is enough to break all delusion. It makes one manifest extremely powerful truths. Same way, the whole Paramashiva Jnana is available to download with the Atmalinga. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism here sharing most powerful cognition that simple integrity with the Guru will break all forms of Maya, all forms of delusion in your life, and will allow the remembrance of the ultimate state, the blossoming of the initiation of the Guru into the space of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva. So it is simple but most powerful truth. So inviting each and everyone to listen to this enlightening satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to help us break from the various delusions and have a simple and clear understanding about the powerfulness and the importance of integrity to Guru. So again, inviting each and everyone to go listen to this talk on the Nithyanandapedia on this day, the 27th January 2020.
So as we are heading to the another year, the 27th January of 2021, a worldwide online event was offered today with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasangam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, blessing delegates with a much awaited Dakshinamurti Bhava Samaj Darshan. In the preparation for the highly awaited Darshan, a re-telecast of Nithyananda Satsang entitled Line and Cup Story was played by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, shared a powerful story that described how a disciple should relate to the Guru. The story shows how a growing up with the societal condition can lead one identity oneself as a helpless like a sheep, but the Guru shows you your true potential. You are like a lion, a king. He explained beautifully through the story how the role of the Guru in one's life is to potentially, patiently and compassionately help you realize and express yourself as Paramashiva. Furthermore, in the preparing for a darshan, it was shared that Dakshinamurti is the form of Paramashiva's face of Agora, which is destruction and the rejuvenation, revealing further that all the great truths are ferocious and will bring about the purification in oneself. It is Guru as the ultimate rejuvenator, which removes everything you know as you and manifests everything as the real you. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared. The beautiful day where everyone had a most awaited this Dakshinamurti Bhava Samaj Darshan. This Dakshinamurti is the one face of Paramashiva, the Agora face, which is the destruction and the rejuvenation, revealing the further all of the grades of the truths of ferocious and will bring about the purification in oneself. So here, how the Guru plays major role in each and every one of our life. Only Guru can enter into our life and ultimately rejuvenate and remove everything. You may know this all you are like many things in your life, you may not know where you got struck, but Guru as a tool, he can easily enter and then he can rejuvenate, which removes everything you know as you and manifest what actually really you are. That is only the Guru can play in our life. On the same day, we had a wonderful Lion Cup story, which was telecasted to many of the delegates, where the Gurus comes into our life, where he show us the real possibility of how we can be a lion, a king, not an impossible self-doubt, self-delusion, self-hatred, a sheep. Even though you may have lead your life like this till now, but moment a Guru enters into our life, he shows because he can easily able to rejuvenate and remove all the identities we carry, and he can easily manifest what we really are. So by doing that, he can easily able to show our inner possibilities, and he can make us the real king, the lion in our life. So this is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was shared on the very day. Again, you can head over to the Nithyanandapedia, where you can find the discourse and the beautiful Dakshinamurti Bhava Samaj Darshan on the day. You can watch the darshan also, and whatever available data are there, the discourses, you can have it on the nithyanandapedia.org. So with this, we come to the end of this segment. We're going to have a beautiful satsang upcoming. So before that, we're going to have a short break. Please stay tuned.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity? Only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Yes, Nithyanandam, welcoming all the viewers and participants watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, and the various social media platforms. All of us saw the glimpses of the glorious past on today's day, the 27th of January, over the years, all the way from 2005 till 2021. And hope all of us, you would have seen about the various satsangs over the years, the various revelations, and especially all the activities, the celebrations which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had participated in, and of course all the programs conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Kalpatarus, the Inner Awakenings, the beautiful programs. And we are now entering into a beautiful segment where we are now going to see how all of us can participate in the upcoming program, the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, which is beginning just in a few days on the 1st of March to the 21st of March 2022, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is conducting another extraordinary program for all of us. And it's a 21-day program where we are going to experience the dimensions of the 25 states of consciousness, the vertical time zones, and of course, the power manifestation, manifesting the extraordinary powers, more than 463 powers revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas, and revived by our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's all get ready. And if you have not yet registered, we have got thousands of registrations pouring in. And if you have missed it, this is a beautiful opportunity where you can go to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham to register yourself, to put forward your intention for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program.
Yes, as Tattva Maharaj is sharing with every one of us, this is a very exciting opportunity that all of us have to experience and to have Paramashiva himself in our life. Literally during this lockdown, all of us had a tough time, or a different time, I would say, for many of us. And Swamiji in the previous Paramashivoham Level 2, during the previous lockdown, Swamiji just gave us a complete breakthrough, sailed us across the entire pralaya, the entire pandemic, just like that. The pandemic didn't affect the devotees of Swamiji at all, because Swamiji just took care of us. Here is the next blast, which is the Paramashivoham Level 3, where Swamiji himself is going to be conducting. And this time, Swamiji is going to be sharing deeper and deeper and deeper truths into the various dimensions of the cosmos. Swamiji earlier in the satsangs has revealed about some of the dimensions, the length, breadth, depth, time, space. But Swamiji says, as the devotees, the listeners, when we all become more and more mature to receive the higher truths, Swamiji starts delivering those greater experiences and profound truths to every one of us. And that is precisely what we are going to be gifted during the Paramashivoham Level 3. What has always remained as just concepts, vertical time zones, parallel universes, multiple dimensions, entering into multiple dimensions, time travel, what always existed and exists as just a sci-fi ideology, theory, and a curiosity, Swamiji is actually making it a reality for every one of us. We already had 2 very powerful webinars, unraveling the mysteries of the parallel universe and experiencing reality by time-space manifestation. Next, we have a very, very beautiful webinar coming up the next weekend, which is going to be on decoding time, where we can play with time. Time travel is not just going to be a theory or an idea which every one of us would like to experience, if at all it was true. It is true and it can be experienced. And that is what Swamiji is going to be revealing. And not just revealing, but giving us the experience. And these are all just glimpses of the Paramashivoham Level 3. So if you have not yet registered for the Paramashivoham Level 3, immediately head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and register yourself for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, because that is the first step for you to experience Paramashiva, for you to experience the ultimate in your life.
Yes, and also we are seeing live viewer on YouTube is commenting that Paramashivoham begins on 19th February. I would just like to clarify, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism wanted us to experience and begin with the powerful night of Shivaratri, the Paramashivoham program will be beginning on the 1st of March to the 21st of March, especially celebrating Shivaratri with Paramashiva himself is one of the greatest opportunities that we can get. So it is such an auspicious time, especially as on all these days, such as Shivaratri or Navaratri, Guru Purnima, it is these kind of powerful days where literally the whole cosmos is aligned for a superconscious breakthrough. Many of us would have heard stories about how the Vedic rishis designed and made sure the planets align for few events to happen. And it is precisely that cosmic alignment which happens during the Shivaratri. Shivaratri is nothing but the Hindu festival where Bhagavan, we celebrate the appearance of Bhagavan Paramashiva as a light shaft and giving the enlightenment to Bhagavan Vishnu and Lord Brahma. So it is on this auspicious day that the Paramashivoham level 3 program is beginning. So let's all jump in and register ourselves for the Paramashivoham level 3, and also our acharyas will be guiding all of you on how, after you register, after you put your intention to register for the Paramashivoham level 3 program, how you can offer the Guru Dakshina and how you can get yourself ready for all the sessions of Paramashivoham.
Also, as Maharaj was sharing with every one of us, the Paramashivoham itself is going to be a 21-day experience, power packed right from where we are in our house. A couple of years ago, Swamiji shared that I will bring enlightenment to each and every one of your bedroom. And that is exactly what we're experiencing. We had the first taste of it in the previous pandemic with Paramashivoham level 2. And now we're getting ready for something even better, even powerful, even much more, I'd say, something that we have never imagined about, because the truths that Swamiji is bringing, the very glimpses that Swamiji has given during the webinars itself is just mind-boggling, because these are concepts, as I shared, that always only existed as fantasies, but now becoming realities and possibility for each and every one of us, just because of the gifts and the initiations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji. We are now going to be taking some time going over the previous webinars that Swamiji conducted, where he revealed various powerful insights on the time, the space, and the parallel universes. So stay tuned to listen more and more deeper insights and revelations and how you can practically use it in your life. Stay tuned. We shall come back after a short break.
The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at some of the excerpts from the previous webinar, the time-space manifestation. Swamiji revealed the higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers, unexpected positive turn of events, and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, power, God's grace, anything that you want. But the greater cosmic science is the higher dimension entering into the lower dimension. If space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything that space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, the depth dimension manifests everything that the time wants. The length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive, able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. The length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. Breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel emotions, feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, powerful cognitions about life beyond your logic and emotions. So here Swamiji revealed a very, very powerful sacred secret. Here, when we look at our regular life, how do we even map what Swamiji shared to our regular life? In our regular life, we always feel if there is a up, there is bound to be a low. And when there is a low at given some point in time, we're going to go up again. So there is this constant idea that we carry about life, that it is going to be in a certain way, in a certain rhythm. But that can be drastically changed when there's an interference. And this interference from the higher dimensions, as Swamiji shared, when the space dimension enters into the time, the time manifests whatever the space dimension wants, which means that space is able to exert itself completely into time, and time becomes one with the space. So in terms of reflecting it into our day-to-day lives, when we are going through some ups and downs, some difficulties, some problems in our life, when the higher levels of experiences, for example, we have the initiation from Swamiji, what it does is that it gushes the superconscious energy, invoking Paramashiva himself in you, through which the higher dimension is entering into you, changing the very reality, not just as you wanted it to be, but as Paramashiva himself would want it, which is the best beyond what any of us can imagine. So Swamiji is sharing here that you do not have to be stuck with your regular rut. You do not have to be stuck with your regular mundane way of life. The way that you can do it is to experience a very powerful shift just by the initiation from the higher dimension, which in our terms is initiation from Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, as Sundareshwara Maharaj was sharing, just by one initiation of the avatar, literally everything in the time and space, and of course all 11 dimensions, immediately change. Like many of you, if you would have had the beautiful opportunity of having the physical darshan or even the daily morning satsangs, you would see that it might just be, let's say, a 1 hour satsang, but the amount, how much you're engrossed with what Swamiji is speaking, what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revealing, it will just feel as though you are sitting for around 12 hours, or literally you would even forget the time around you. So it is literally the avatar, just by the presence, the whole time and space and all dimensions completely change. And here let us see more truths from the Time Space Manifestation webinar. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully reveals time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If someone cuts, you feel pain. How much your skin is alive, much, much more than that, time is alive skin of the cosmos. Where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of cosmos both always touch each other. You cannot be away from cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you, same way cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is space. Your skin is alive, your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time, the equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space. Listen to this secret. I know the consciousness goes on rejuvenating the skin of the cosmos called time. That rejuvenated skin, time, is entering into my skin and constantly rejuvenating me. So here all of us can literally understand the way how the cosmos functions in terms of time and space. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully reveals that constantly the time is getting rejuvenated as the skin of the cosmos, and that rejuvenated skin, time, is entering into my skin and constantly rejuvenating me. So all of us, this is a beautiful concept where all of us feel that if any incident happens, let's say you had a fight with your friend or one of your family member, and all of us feel that we carry that continuously for days, week, if not years. And the only way, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has introduced the concept of completion, only when we drop, we don't get stuck to that time, as many of us would have experienced the root pattern completion, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully reveals that whenever we had the root pattern in our life, let's say the age of 5 or 6, it is not only impacting our mental way of how we cognize things, how we function, but even physically, you would see that in your from the time that your root pattern started, you would see some, even in your health, it gets affected. That is because we are not able to leave it in either the time dimension, because we are stuck in that same time or that same part of our life in the same past, where continuously we see that past incident repeating again and again in our life. And even you would see that the physical disease, let's say that your root pattern was fear, and whenever you get scared, either you get a fever or you catch a cold or you have a severe migraine. So you would see that the physical body that you are carrying and the experience that you had in the time dimension, both are interconnected. So it is this beautiful concept that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revealing, that when we rejuvenate the time, then automatically even the skin, our own human body, gets rejuvenated.
Let us now listen a beautiful revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the previous webinar, Experiencing Reality by Time-Space Manifestation. I request all the viewers, all the participants who are sitting with us from around the world, who are connected with us today, to listen to these revelations by Swamiji. And next, we're going to be looking at how we can map it into our practical lives, use it practically in each and every one of our lives. So I request all of you to please sit straight as we get ready to listen to the satsang and the revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Consciousness of Paramashiva and consciousness of you is one and the same. Be very clear. How much you are alive with your liveliness, your feeling of your aliveness, with that, if you try to grasp, understand the liveliness of Paramashiva, that's enough. You do not need to worry that you don't understand Paramashiva, you don't manifest Paramashiva. No. If you want 20-inch biceps, it's not that it's going to happen in one day. You first start building your biceps, and that muscle which you built helps you to lift more weight, and you lift more weight and build the muscles more. Same way, with your available consciousness, you try to contemplate, grasp, cognize, meditate on Paramashiva how much you can. When Paramashiva's consciousness starts triggering your consciousness, his space triggers your nervous system, his time triggers your skin, simply you manifest him in your day-to-day life. Listen. I'll give you an example. If you throw a stone, with the basic Newton's law, the theories of physics, you will know with what force you threw the stone up and how it will take the curve and how it will land. But while the stone is in the air, if there is one more intervention happens on that stone, one more push through air blower or something, then naturally the stone will not come down as we predicted. It will go through another cycle. Same way, your age, your health, your ups and downs can be intervened, altered, changed, corrected, completed, totally rewritten by intervention of Guru's initiation, Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, energy darshan. Understand? My intervention in your life is consciousness of Paramashiva intervening into your consciousness, and the space of Paramashiva manifesting in your nervous system, skin of Paramashiva manifesting in your time. I tell you, simple few truths I'll reveal. Listen, I have so many things to narrate. Simple. If you have the ability to handle your hunger-related pattern, it will be so easy for you to handle time. If you have the ability to handle the pressures or ups and downs created by your hormones, it will be so easy for you to handle your inner space. If you have the ability to handle the fear of expansion, everyone is afraid of expansion. If you are able to handle the fear of expansion, Paramashiva's consciousness will just manifest in you. We are greedy of expansion one side. Deep down, we are also afraid of expansion. That is why whenever I pour initiation and Shaktipada in you, within next 48 hours, you try to come down and catch hold of the same old, small, silly, street fights. It's not even like a materialistic desire. Actually, your materialistic desires are not wrong. But you always want to live in conflict. You feel you should have materialistic desires and it should not be fulfilled easily, and you should go on be blaming someone For that not getting fulfilled, you enjoy these conflicts and conflict-centric life. That is where the whole mess is. I am telling you. Stop enjoying this conflict-centric life. In any field, the consciousness of Paramashiva can manifest intensely, ferociously, life in you spontaneously.
Nithyanam, everybody. Sorry for the technical glitch. We listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the powerful details and the powerful revelations about the time and the space dimension. Now, let us all get ready to enter into the meditation and to have the Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now watch a beautiful Satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Paramashivoham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the dignitaries, very important, yes, statesmen from the various countries, representatives of the various countries for this grand global conclave of an ancient traditional celebration of unity and peace and courage, Thaipusam, with Shri Kailaasa, uniting nations for indigenous traditions and tribes. We are honored to have Mr. Anthony Kiwonka, Department Minister, representative of Liberia. Thank you for being here. We are honored to have you here, Minister Mr. Anthony Kiwonka from Liberia. Honorable Solomon George, member of House of Representatives representing Liberia. Mayor Peter Kezola representing Uganda. Honorable Deng Jesus Mading, Parliament member representing Jangle and chairperson of South Sudan Young Parliamentarian Caucus, South Sudan. I welcome you. We are honored by your presence. Mr. R.N. Hawker, Director of Migration Investments, representative of Turkey. Mr. Philip P. Reklai, Senator and representative of Palau, President of Reklai Associates. Thank you for being here. Haji Sainul Sarafat, President of Anjuman Zunatul Jamaat Association, representative of Trinidad and Tobago. Right Reverend Dr. Joseph, Head of the Lutheran Church Malawi. Datuk Dr. Logabalan Mohan, Deputy Minister of Federal Territories representing Malaysia. Mr. Gurpreet Singh, President of Punjab Organization representing Malaysia. And there's a long list of guests who are here. I sincerely thank every one of you for being here. We are honored by your presence. Thank you once again. And I also welcome all the ambassadors, ministers, representatives of Kailasa, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. We are honored by all of you. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. On this auspicious occasion, celebration, global conclave of an ancient traditional celebration of unity and peace and courage, Thaipusam, organized by Kailasa, Uniting Nations for Indigenous Traditions and Tribes. Message from Paramashiva directly is, let us strengthen the grass roots of our conscious lifestyle to live consciously successful life on planet Earth. Please understand, the worst crisis humanity is going through is the largest population ever on the planet Earth feels uprooted. Please understand, never ever world faced this conscious pandemic. I'm not talking about corona. I am talking about largest population, more than 70% of the human population feels they are uprooted. They have no roots. Consciously feel their life has no purpose. I tell you, the greatest problem humanity is facing now is not just pandemic, corona, or global warming. All this we can handle too easily if we are consciously strong. If human beings are consciously strong, handling corona, global warming, other problems are too easy. But unfortunately, more than 70% of the humanity, please understand when I am saying these words, 70%, after thorough research, studying the scientific researches, analysis done by multiple universities which are working on various human societies, ethnic cultures. After thoroughly studying all of that, I am making this statement. More than 70% of the humanity feels consciously uprooted. The feeling of belongingness is stolen away. That's one of the fundamental flaw, I should say. The fundamental right all human beings is feeling conscious belongingness, feeling grounded, feeling fulfilled with their life. Unfortunately, the political ideologies which are extremely exploitative, religious ideologies which are extremist, the militant missionaries and missionary militants, crony capitalism, deadly combination of all these three. Crony capitalism, extremist religious ideologies, and extremely exploitative, oppressive political ideologies and decision makers. The deadly combination of these three has made more than 70% of the human beings consciously uprooted. The biggest problem humanity is facing now is conscious pandemic. Feeling purposeless. The definition of life is not convincing, satisfying. Please understand, 50% of the middle class people are dropping from regular jobs. Regular jobs are not going to be any more normal lifestyle. The new normal is not going to have a regular clerical, industrial, working population. This is one of the major revolution happening all over the world. Nobody is waking up to it. And 20% of the population just want to move away from the grid. Not just from job. They just don't want the human civilization. They are moving into the forests, remote villages. They don't want all the comforts, luxuries the modern day civilization is providing, because they feel it's the too costly exchange. The 20% do not know the solution, but one thing they became very clear, they don't want the modern civilization anymore. Understand? I am not against science, modern civilization. I am not against any of it. But the crony capitalists, extremist religious ideologies like militant missionaries and missionary militants, and absolute oppressive, sadist, autocratic, power-hungry political decision makers, deadly combination of these three is making people lose their roots. I call this as a conscious pandemic, which is more serious problem than global warming or corona, the global pandemic which we are going through. Please understand, this conscious pandemic of feeling uprooted, feeling displaced, is imploding human society from inside. No amount of painkillers, depression medications, psychiatric drugs is going to help these root problems of humanity. No amount of addiction, illegal drugs is going to help the humanity to find solution. All the decision makers all over the world, if you are a decision maker in the political field, religious field, media, or entertainment field, Hollywood, Bollywood, Gollywood, Sandalwood, or social media influencer, if you are influencing the society in any form, I request all of you sincerely, please wake up to this truth. We are having conscious pandemic all over the world. The only solution is strengthening our indigenous lifestyle consciously. Let's go back to our way of eating. Each part of the world, country, had their way of diet before this multinational companies started dumping food-like products in the name of food into our stomach and make our body as their source for income. Understand, a patient cured is a client lost for big pharmas. They are not going to think for your health. It is very open. It's a business for them. So why will they think? They are not charitable organization. They are not compassion-centric ideology organization. They are declared for-profit companies. Why don't we wake up? The big pharmas are going to only work for their profit. For them, your body is an income source. Why don't we wake up to the simple truth and drop the blind spot with which we are pushing our life and masses, billions of human beings into irreversible physical, mental, psychological, emotional damages we are collectively causing. Please understand. Crony capitalism in the field of pharma, in the field of food, is not only extremely dangerous, it is causing irreversible damage to the human bodies, minds, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, we are leaving the worst kind of body-mind structure for our next generation. Please understand. In multi-level stealing the conscious indigenous life from the people, whether the indigenous Hindu traditions are stolen away, destroyed from the Hindus living in remote villages of Nepal, India, Malaysia, or the indigenous homegrown family lifestyle of worshipping Voodoos, the Voodoo traditions being stolen away, robbed, forcibly taken away from the African indigenous tribes. All these are the crimes against humanity. Please understand, whether a Munishwaran temple is getting demolished in a remote village in Tamil Nadu, or Mariamman temple is getting demolished in a remote village in Malaysia, or the village Hindu tribes getting brainwashed and forcibly getting converted in Nepal, or the indigenous African tribes and traditions is getting wiped off in the name of modernization, and they losing their Voodoo traditions and converting losing their conscious roots and being consciously manipulated, bullied, exploited by missionary militants and militant missionaries. All these are causing conscious pandemic for human beings. The deadly combination of these three all over the world is causing chaos. It is time consciously we the people, we the humanity, reclaim our indigenous lifestyle traditions consciously. Modernization does not mean getting brainwashed and losing your conscious roots by this deadly combination of crony capitalist autocratic political decision makers extremely misinforming, brainwashing mainstream media and militant missionaries and missionary militant religious political ideologies. Common man follows science, science follows simply obediently the large powerful media and pharma mafia. Even in this global pandemic corona, common man follows science. Common man is controlled by science and science is controlled by big pharmas. Big pharmas have evolved more like a modern day mafia than solution for the problems of humanity. It is time we the people, we the human beings, we the conscious beings wake up and not allow ourselves to get silenced by those powerful forces trying to silence us. We should get back to our conscious roots, our conscious lifestyle, our own conscious introduction about ourselves, the way we deal our body, our mind, our pleasures, our pains, our relationships, the concept of economy, concept of currency, concept of money, concept of social structure. In every level, it is time we get back to our roots consciously, not allow these chronic capitalists and chronic capitalists supported militant missionaries and missionary militants get to our conscious roots. We are made to eat something food-like product in the name of food, plastic food, which makes us not only sick, alters our body and mind once and for all to be a client for pharmaceutical industry. Big pharma mafias, and we continue to earn, live just to make big pharmas richer and richer and richer. Patient cured is a client lost is their ideology. And common mass, billions of people are just being treated as the clients, not as patients. Non-violence, conscious coexistence need to enter into all our thought currents, the way of living, in our business decisions, social understandings, the way we influence ourselves and the people around us and the world. Please understand, 70% of the world population is imploding. Consciously feel uprooted, displaced. This conscious pandemic really need to be taken very seriously. Efforts to correct the course correction should start now. Kailasa is all about conscious course correction. We are not interested in who committed the crime. We are only interested in waking up the human beings that the crime has been committed on them and move them away from the sufferings and make them consciously grounded again, feel fulfilled again, feel this home, planet Earth, the only home we human beings have. We have some more guests joining. Honorable Jose Miguel Benitez, the Mayor of Guatemala Zone, representing Guatemala. Thank you for being here. All over the world, in the name of globalization, our indigenous roots are consciously getting destroyed. It is time we revive the conscious-centric civilization, conscious-centric lifestyle, conscious-centric life solutions. We human beings need to revisit all the ideas about what is money, what is currency, what is crime, who should be put in prison, who should be rewarded, awarded, what is science. All these definitions need to be revisited consciously. What is human body? What is human mind? What is human being? What is the meaning of health? What is the definition of consciously feeling fulfilled? What is the definition of peace? What is the definition of love? What is the definition of joy? All this need to be redefined, revisited consciously. At least last 200 years. Heavy damage is done. I'm not talking just about India or Sri Lanka, Nepal, Malaysia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan. No, I'm talking about the whole world, Africa. The whole suffering human beings going through in Afghanistan is they accepted the ideology which dictates them, brainwashes them to kill people if they have a different opinions. Instead of handling the logic with the logic, when sword is used to cut the head, if there is an idea in somebody's head and you have better idea, try to share your idea. But just because the other person has different idea in his head, just cutting his head is not going to solve the problem. But unfortunately, when you accept those ideologies, once you start killing anyone, once you complete the killing of the people whom you think as ideologically different outsiders, you start killing within yourself, because the habit of killing by then becomes part of your lifestyle. You can't do anything. You don't know anything else other than either you kill or get killed. The militant missionary ideology are causing millions of people getting even physically uprooted, making them refugees. And then missionary militants, conversion, religious conversion for the sake of political motives, the mass conversion is terrorism. We human beings need to know an individual, for the sake of conscious reason, changing his ideologies due to conscious evolution is absolutely okay. That's a freedom. But mass conversion with a political ideology heavily funded externally is a terrorism. It's a violence. Just like gun terrorism, gun violence, humanity should wake up and realize conversion terrorism and conversion violence. Gun violence kills only in thousands. Conversion violence kills in millions. We Hindus, who are the victims of militant missionaries and missionary militants, have to wake up to tell the truth to the world. We need to start somewhere. We should make the world understand. Stop this consciously uprooting people. By terrorizing us with the militant missionaries, missionary militants, and the lifestyle, consumeristic lifestyle being forced on us in the name of culture, modernization by the chronic capitalists. When you get addicted to food-like products in the name of food, please wake up. Your body is becoming the source for income for the big pharma mafias. we human beings need to reclaim our conscious-centric, indigenous lifestyles. We should free ourselves from currency-centric, profit-motivated, profit-centric food, medicine, lifestyles forced on us. First, human beings should liberate themselves by the profit motive multinational companies, food and medicine lifestyles forced on us. Second, profit motive large mafia teaching us about our mind, the false theories dumped on our mind to make us as a patient and resource for their companies. By teaching the false ideas, concepts in the name of psychology, psychiatry, and in the name of mental health. And the false ideas about the currency being taught to us. False ideas about wealth being taught to us. The false ideas about religion, life being taught to us. Let's free ourselves from all this and consciously get back to our indigenous traditions. Our ancestors who are conscious beings who did not look at us as clients or resource for their income or their slaves are the source for their power. Our ancestors were conscious. My sincere request to all the decision makers, social influencers who are here, let's wake up to this conscious pandemic humanity is going through. Let's start now. Let's do something now. Let's get back to food style, lifestyle, medicines, everything our ancestors gave us consciously. Understand? In that conscious lifestyle, if we need to do some evolution, let us evolve consciously in that very lifestyle and stop discarding that whole conscious lifestyle of our indigenous traditions. Conscious indigenous traditions and the conscious lifestyle is the solution for all the conscious pandemic human beings are going through all over the world. Thank you for being here. Maybe in further satsangs, I'll reveal more and more the solution from conscious enlightened civilization, ancient civilization of the humanity, Hindu tradition. Kailasa is all about reviving the ancient, enlightened, conscious-centric, indigenous traditions. Hinduism is just nothing but the collection of around 10,000 indigenous traditions, indigenous lifestyles. We are not like modern day organized religions. We are not enforced cookie cutter solutions. We see human beings as conscious beings, not as source for money, not as source for power, not as source for anything. We see human beings as conscious living beings. Non-violence is the foundation of Hinduism and the foundation of Kailasa's constitution. Let's get back to our conscious indigenous traditions, liberate ourselves from this huge conscious pandemic and help the humanity to free themselves from this conscious pandemic. That's all is my request to all the decision makers who are here from various walks of life. Thank you all. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam Paramadvaitam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasya Lakshmam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explains what is spa manifestation. It is raising your frequency, not work. If you raise your frequency, you attract all the desires into your reality. You become superconscious species on planet Earth, manifesting all your desires into reality. When we are in consciousness, we are the ultimate creator of our reality. We become the kalpatru of our life. It's a science because millions have experienced that, and each one of us can experience that. Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. And the pramanas, just by listening to the pramanas, the cognitive shift happens from what we understand as mind, which is self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, to the space of oneness with Paramashiva, consciousness, the superconscious space, conscious sovereignty as our reality, conscious centric, that Bhagavan beautifully puts it. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference, the scriptures are real. The eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, Vedas as pure science and Agamas as applied science. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, Yogi, Yoginis, Rudra, Rudrakanyas, even emperors, even Grahasthas who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. And they are the authority of Hinduism, and all the powers were authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own leelas to showcase to the world how the cognitive shift make them a superconscious being. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of our manifestation. Bhagavan has beautifully said, whoever comes to Kailash courtyard is like a Garbha Mandir. Simply whatever you have the desire, it becomes reality. When you are in oneness with Paramashiva, Paramashiva can just flood in your system as all your desires, all your fulfillment into reality. Pratyaksha Pramana, scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan Paramashiva says what happens to your brain when you manifest power every single day. Science of power manifestation is a tapas, Bhagavan calls it, because when you start manifesting every single day, the thoughtlessness becomes your very reality and the prefrontal cortex becomes so highly vibrant, and you can experience the consciousness in your physical reality, that what happens is you are sucked into a different time zone where the parallel universe occurs and the synergy trigger happens, where you are already manifesting all the quantum possibility, and you can map it to this reality and manifest all your desire into reality. And it is now science is clearly saying how you can experience that, and Bhagavan is exactly giving us this greater science as initiation for us to manifest that powers. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for the power of consciousness over matter. This is taken from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. What is Vijnana? Vijnana means consciousness. Bhairava means one who experiences consciousness beyond the mind. And Tantra is the method, how we have methods in the outer world to assemble a computer, assemble a rocket. Here Bhagavan gives step-by-step process for us to build the consciousness as our reality. So consciousness over matter, the scriptural reference is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95.
Power of consciousness over matter, silicon, is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanair-drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanair-drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from that object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of the object, along with the thoughts and impression of it. O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, where the state of all-inclusive infinity becomes our reality. Bhagavan has beautifully given us the signs how we can experience beyond an object. He beautifully describes, if you take a rose, you have the word rose, you have the idea that it is whatever the smell is, whatever the texture is, whatever the feeling of a rose, and the thought current. First time who gave you a rose, what happened with the rose, all that is what you have a narration. The mind gives a narration on the rose. But beyond that, there exists a space, the consciousness, which is projected as rose. How do we experience the consciousness of a rose? That's what Bhagavan says. When you drop all the identities of a rose and you understand that consciousness is projected as a rose, you'll understand that rose itself is part of the oneness with you. You and rose becomes the one, a space where you can do anything, command over the rose, and the rose will simply listen or even tell you all the features about the rose much more in deeper sense. That is what happens to all the rishis. When Swami Vivekananda once was asked by Ramakrishna Paramahamsa to read the Ashtavakra Gita, he simply refused and he said, no, this is not possible. How can an object and you and the action all become one? And what is it saying? It cannot be possible. But Ramakrishna Paramahamsa beautifully knows he is a Brahmarishi who has come down, and simply by a touch on his shoulder, he experienced that oneness for 3 days. It is said that he goes and hits his head on the pillars of the Devi temple to experience whether he is still alive or real, and whether it is possible for him to become oneness with the pillar, and is it possible to experience this. He still doesn't believe it. He wants to do experience with the truth, but because he's in such a high frequency, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa could give him that great reality and make him experience in the experiential reality. How do we experience that reality? Bhagavan beautifully says the cognitive shift. How when we are in the deep sleep, we are in that state. There is no seen, there is no seer, and there is no seeing happening. It is all one and the same. It is Brahman, Bhagavan space. Bhagavan beautifully says, you don't have anything other than consciousness. But when we don't have any words to describe, we only say, oh, I love that, and nobody hates going to sleep, even though we have to do every single day throughout our life. We are happy to do that again and again and again, because we fall into the space of the very nature who we are. We love that space and we are happy. Even if you wake up at 2 o'clock in the night, you're more happy that you have few more hours to sleep. You don't say, oh my God, I have to sleep a little more. You just wake up. Unless you have something more interesting, you don't want to wake up. The most beautiful space that we occupy, that's what Bhagavan says, is the deep sleep. Now we wake up to the dream state. Dream state, Bhagavan calls it dream enlightenment. When you wake up to the dream enlightenment, you have like a projector projecting all the characters, but you have no control. It is like all random things happening out there. You just are the witness to witness the whole thing. You have no control. There is very less distance between the seer and the seen, Bhagavan says. And then you wake up to this waking enlightenment, what you see right now. And Bhagavan says you're made of the same material as the dream, including your body. Because in the deep sleep, you don't use the same body. In the dream state, you don't use the same body. And now you're using 1/3 of your life in this body, what you call the waking enlightenment. In the waking enlightenment, the seen, seer, and seeing, everything is different. We don't see anything because we take signals from the outer world. As long as we are taking signals from the outer world, we are materialistic life. When the senses starts going inward and understand, the very reason why we are getting to understand the signal from outside is because we are consciousness. So consciousness is more powerful than what is the signal from the outside. So when we understand that, we fall into the deeper state called the Turiya state, which is the preparation state where Bhagavan's initiation can pull you, suck you into the Turiyatita state, and you can experience the infinite possibility. You become the quantum space. All this power manifestation takes you to the deeper and deeper understanding, deeper and deeper cognition shift, and make you manifest these small powers to give a glimpse of the greater science that Bhagavan is unfolding in each one of us as reality. Now, Bhagavan beautifully gives a Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, where in Ramayana, in Yuddha Kanda, what happened to the rocks? The rocks, when they wrote the Ramanama, simply the alchemy of the rock changed and it started floating. And this is clearly given in the different Kanda. And the consciousness over matter simply was possible for the monkeys to lift the rocks and put it in the ocean. And also the same thing Bhagavan talks about the Vimana. The Vimana Shastra. The Vimana Shastra is run by the science of making the sound energy into the energy component where it can lift the Vimana. We all now have the light energy, the electronical energy, which lifts up, and that also has the gravitational energy in it, Bhagavan says. So beautiful. Now, if we understand how the sound works, we will go beyond the time dimension into the space dimension, where we can experience the higher realities and higher possibility which already exist in each one of us. It's something not that we have to do something, we have to recognize that higher dimensions and higher possibilities which is beyond our thinking mind. Bhagavan clearly says how they lifted the Vimana, which was tons and tons of weight, just by the power of sound. The sound that you're chanting has phenomenal power. And even the Brahmastra, that nuclear weapon they created in those days in Mahabharata, is nothing but The chanting of the mantra few million crore times that they chanted, they created the sound as an energy. The sound becomes energy and becomes a power. All this mantra japa, that is what Hanuman did, that is what all the great Atmas did of manifesting those great signs into reality. Bhagavan beautifully gives us how the Saraswati civilization was so advanced and how it can seriously map into the higher possibilities when we recover all these great signs.
In Vaishnava's house, the lady keeps the whole wealth under the control. In Shaivaite's house, off, energy. It's a thought current and lifestyle. Saraswati. The silicon of Saraswati, if you take and filter the silicon and make the chips for wherever you need artificial intelligence, it will help you 1,000 times. Let this all be in record. I'll prove all this. You will see. Because these are all chemically awakened, physically manifesting proven biology. It is already, this biology is already used for alchemy and it has already been established. It is success for all this kind of activities.
Beautifully, Bhagavan says how the Saraswati river civilization was so rich and it is already programmed. And if you use that 1,000 times, you can manifest these greater powers. Now we use the same silicon in our silicon is nothing but sand that we are using, the silk sand, which is programmed, and we are using as gadgets, the electronic energy. Now you can see in this Shakshi Pramana where they have kept the whole tab, the silicon, clearly it is seen that it is kept on a flat surface and the coconut is not sliding away but rotating its motion. And simply by Mahavakya of the Maharaj, it is simply happening. You can see how it is going into the space of manifesting the next dimension. This greater science, you can see how flat it is switched off and just by the power of chanting. It's so beautiful. Today we are going to have the consciousness over matter on the silicon. You can keep your tabs or you can keep your cell phone, and if you can record it, that will be wonderful. Many a times you chant and you don't know that you have manifested or not, and if you see the recording, simply we see the recording happening. It's completely switched off. So there's no vibration which is moving it, and completely it's by the chanting of the Maharaj, it has manifested the powers. And the scientific research clearly says how Bhagavan walks into these greater signs, and whenever he wants, it's a divine spot, dopamine spot. He says very clearly, when was the later asked Swami what he was doing when the frontal lobe lighted up. He said that he was opening his third eye. Clearly, it is recorded how he can just shut down his brain to 90% and open the prefrontal cortex, third eye, to manifest the powers. This is what exactly happens when you start manifesting powers every time, every day. You start becoming more and more intelligent and to the higher context and higher space, that you're able to attract the most auspicious things and most beautiful things of healing, abundance, discoveries, relationship or wealth or anything becomes extraordinary reality. Beautifully, Bhagavan says, if you have the Jnananjan, you can apply in your third eye, your temple, and on the coconut. If you don't have the coconut, you can have a deity, or you can have the padukas, and you can do the same thing. Or you can have some other object which is not sliding away. If you're having Atmalinga, make sure it's not sliding or it's not moving just by outer air or something, it is clearly placed that it will not roll, but it will be moving as you chant the Mahavakya. You can take your silicon tab or a phone or a laptop, but make sure there is no battery connection to vibrate or create any disturbance, and there is no external input. That's all. You switch it off completely and keep the object just on the silicon. Just command the silicon. You are by nature, your body is from nature. Simply nature listens to you when you are in the oneness with Paramashiva. Now let's experience that as an experience. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Very beautifully hold that space of listening in your third eye. We live in the lower three chakras. Bhagavan says detox, detox, detox. Do nirahara, eat once a day, because whatever the shit in our system, constantly the bacteria are running right on our brain. Everything that we know is only from the bacteria. The pure consciousness is so beautiful. It can only expand somebody. It cannot bring down somebody. If something is not expanding, you can clearly see that it is not consciousness. It's a bacteria which is sitting in their system or your system, creating a havoc. It is not you. All the tantrums that you're throwing is not you. It is the bacteria sitting inside you. It's like your child is throwing a tantrum in the house. It is not you. Yes, it's your child. You are responsible for that, but it is not you. Same way, all these bacteria is throwing a tantrum is because we have not detoxed the body properly. When you continuously detox the body during the nirahara, continuously, the prana becomes your energy. We can get the stimuli from the prana. There are breatharian, there are higher energies. All the saints do not eat and they live happily ever after. That is, they live for many, many years and nothing happens to the body because they are conscious energy, which is giving them energy not from the food. And simply, if your medical applies for you, it is okay. Go ahead with nirahara or eating one meal a day. Continuously, when you do that for over a year, you will simply know you are in restful awareness continuously, because you don't have bacteria. So who will throw the tantrum? You will be in such a bliss, such a joy. Not only that, Bhagavan says if you brush your teeth with haritaki, you will have abundance in your life, because the bacteria are gone. So you have to have extraordinary wealth, extraordinary beautiful relationships, and health will become extraordinary. Now clearly they say how fasting is expanding your health itself. Now science is catching up with whatever Bhagavan has given as greater science in our life. So all this removes your bacteria. You simply can unclutch. And that is what Bhagavan said. There was a time when people just put a Sukhasana or Padmasana, they can get into the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. They were such beautiful, pure people. All that you need to do is detox your lower three chakras. Simply your attention, awareness goes to your third eye. The inner chatter becomes empty. And you can be in such a peace. How you love your sleep will go down and it will become more intense. And you will be continuously in such a bliss without knowing why you're so happy, why you're so positive, and why you're attracting everything perfectly in your life. That is what is manifestation. Now, let's experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Chant the Mahavakya. When you chant the Mahavakya, you raise your frequency beyond all the obsessive compulsive bacteria which are sitting inside you, and simply they settle down. And because of your listening, there is no thoughts, and because of the vibration, you fall into the Sahaja Samadhi or Nirvikalpa Samadhi, and whatever needs to manifest, Paramashiva manifests through you. Life is a manifestation. It has to happen to you. Chasing life is only tiredness, boredom, and finally disease and death. Life happens to us. We enjoy. We know that we are the ultimate. We are Brahmanya Bahupratadam. It is showered on us as reality. So let's experience that for a few minutes. Put away your gadgets and place the coconut. If you can record it or take a picture, that's wonderful. Now sit as Paramashiva or any Ishtadevata you are so connected to, and very clearly hold that space of 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Why do we experience that? It is more and more awakening our God dimension, the God particle in us when we do that. We are Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real. That is the very existence who we are. And unclutch from your body, mind, thoughts, and surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. That love and gratitude opens up in you into the next dimension. Only Guru can just suck you into that conscious space and surrender to his lotus feet again and again to experience the oneness. Now let's chant the Mahavakya intensely with the intense listening to manifest the power of consciousness over matter.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced, please go ahead, take a picture of that. Understand very clearly how you have a magnet. If you keep the iron fillings and you bring the magnet close, it starts attracting the iron fillings. You don't touch it. Same way, when you bring your third eye, again and again, you raise your frequency here, it becomes like a magnet. And simply the consciousness over, that is consciousness, which is more powerful than the nuclear force. And you have a matter object on the silicon. You can move that, how you're moving the iron fillings and how the magnet attracts and it moves it. Same way you can use your third eye to create any reality. You can move this matter. Everything is a matter. All your desire, all your thought, everything in the outer world is just materialistic world. You can move anything, anyone the way you want if you move this object with your power of will by raising your frequency to the third eye. Feel deep feeling connection, gratitude, chanting, and deep listening through your third eye will increase your third eye more and more powerful, that you simply feel your heart, your brain coherence happen and you become so powerful that you can move any matter in this world. It's all about how your heart, the deep gratitude and love, surrendering every identity at Bhagavan's lotus feet, and how your brain now reflects because you are in complete surrender. The Paramashiva reflects in your brain as consciousness, and the third eye becomes so powerful, the matter moves. So this is a science, and this is how all the Balasans are able to crack the coconut, even seal the coconut back, move the coconut. They're just able to play with the matter. we can also experience, because Bhagavan is more present than us in the Kailash courtyard, and his presence, and collectively all of us sitting, hundreds of people all over the world sitting and having this beautiful Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Bhagavan says even one person, one time manifesting powers, you can remove the collective negativity of million people. It's so powerful, powerful than the nuclear force, strong nuclear force. So such a oneness happens in you. You can simply move that again and again. It's not that only sometimes somebody it happens. It is the signs when you bring that deep gratitude and deep love in your heart. Simply it opens up to the next dimension when you chant the Mahavakya, raising your frequency by deep listening. Let's have one more cycle. Clearly put away your gadgets. Place the object very stable on the silicon. Switch off the silicon and hold that deep oneness. Just disappearing into Paramashiva, dissolving into Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva happen inside you as energy, as consciousness. And when you let him, he will simply remove all the obstacles and manifest all the powers. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening, creating such a oneness space with Paramashiva, manifesting the power of consciousness over matter.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third activities. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third activities. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever prasada you have received, your powerful cognition, your experiences, and the power manifestation, and whatever is expressing through you, go ahead and share. Bhagavan says extreme causing is extreme power manifestation. Causing is part of power manifestation, enriching and causing. It's very important that every day when we write our inner space, Paramashiva is real, consciousness is real, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is real, scriptures is real. When we say this again and again and again, the words become reality in us. The words with what we speak is what we cherish and what becomes our very own self. How the food becomes our body, the words become our own self, what we create as reality and what we perceive. That is why it's so important causing the others into the space of Paramashiva is real and making them understand how Paramashiva manifests in you during the satsang, the initiation and power manifestation. Again and again raises your frequency into the higher dimensions and slowly building you. It's not that you became PhD on the day one. You took 25 years of your life to become the PhD. And this is not even 45 minutes that you're spending the time for all this. And simply, Bhagavan says, it is possible when you have the deep feeling connection beyond your self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred. It's like a thick layer, and he has to penetrate to that through that for making that as reality. And when you celebrate and share with the world, Paramashiva is real, Paramashiva is real, you make it reality. You raise yourself to the Turiya space, and you raising yourself is what Bhagavad Gita Bhagavan clearly explains. You lower yourself by yourself, or you raise yourself by yourself. And causing is the exact way of how you raise yourself by yourself to the Turiya state, and then Bhagavan can suck you into the conscious space of Paramashiva, into the Turiya Tita, eternal enlightenment space. So please go ahead, share it, share all your experience in tinyurl.com/power manifestation, thanking Bhagavan for all this powerful cognition that he is showering on us every single day. And thank you, all of you in all the social media, for simple integrity, simple obedience, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, the Jnana Pada that Bhagavan says part of the daily routine. Thank you so much for being here, holding the collective consciousness, collective integrity, conscious-centric lifestyle. And with a deep gratitude, thanking Bhagavan and thanking all of you, and deep earning Paramashiva is real in my words, thought, and action, and seeing everything and everyone as Paramashiva as my reality, holding this powerful space and ending this session with a Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukar Paramastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for being here. The next session will be after the darshan or satsang, and see you in the next Kailash Kotyar manifesting power session. Thank you, Nithyanandam.